3 minutes. Ladies and gentlemen, this gentlemen's singles round robin match will consist of 2 tie-break sets and, if required at 1 set all, a 10-point match tie-break. To the right of the chair, Alistair Gray. To the left of the chair, Dan Cox. Cox won the toss and elected to receive.
Well, hello and welcome to day 4 of Classic Week at St George's Hill. 2 days of round-robin action left to complete. Every set counts. Abigail Johnson here to take you through this first of 6 matches today on court 1, and this should be a good one between Alistair Gray and Dan Cox. Currently at the top of their group. Gray on 7 points and Cox on 6.
1 minute.
So there's a lot to play for in this match, and something has to give. Both have won 2 of 3 matches coming into this clash. Gray's 2 victories came in straight sets over Billy Harris, 6-2, 6-2, and Anton Matusin, 7-6, 6-4. Lost to Liam Broady in a tight one, 6-7, 7-6, 10-7 on day 2. This is Chantal Garman in the chair.
30 seconds.
And Dan Cox's victories came over Billy Harris as well, but was pushed a lot closer on that day 2 win. 6-7, 6-2, 10-6 he came through before a more straightforward 6-3, 6-2 defeat of Mark Whitehouse. He won the event last week, Dan Cox, and he's able to keep that momentum rolling in this grand finale of the UK Pro Series. It's been a fantastic few weeks, full of opportunity for these players to get competitive match play under their belts in a difficult time. Both of these two, their only losses thus far came in match tie breaks. For Cox, he got his out of the way on day 1. Kept it close against Anton Matusevic, but went down 7-6, 4-6, 10-8. So each of these players have picked up a point in each match. 3 points for a straight sets win, 2 for a win via a match tiebreak, and then 1 if you manage to get a set, even if you don't win the match. So strong form for both. And a first meeting here today. Cox hasn't really been around to play anyone in recent years. He actually left the international circuit a good few years ago and decided to have another shot at professional tennis, or had those thoughts in his head just before lockdown. Then the UK Pro Series happened and gave him the opportunity to get out on that match court and see what he could do. Fair to say it's gone pretty well. But he'll have a test today against the highly talented Alistair Gray. Still at university in America. He's got 1 more year to go.
First set. Alistair Gray to serve. Ready? Play. Next. First service. 13 love.
Well, that already alerts you to what to look out for from Gray. He's got a huge serve and also a brilliant one-handed backhand, can generate so much pace, and that's going to be key for him in these fast indoor conditions.
30 love. Love.
Oh, wow, not holding back. Gray actually did really well to manage the return. It pretty much came back behind him, scooped it deep, but Cox took his time to line up and fire that one away. First point on the board.
(40-30).
There we go. Killed that short ball.
First game.
Well, it got a bit close towards the end. He was nailing a lot of first serves, Gray, and it seemed like he was going to rattle through the opening hold. Cox had chosen to receive. Put some pressure on in the end, but it is Gray who notches up the first hold. He's played a fair amount over the past few weeks, Gray. His outings include a victory here. He won the second week of the events. He only lost once, that was to Billy Harris, and he went on to beat Harris in the final. So he'll feel comfortable in these indoor conditions. Other aspects have been difficult the past few days. It's been really hot. It gets really stuffy during the competitions. Very heavy atmosphere, but hopefully a little cooler today.
Daniel Cox to serve. Love.
Interesting one here because of the situation with Cox's comeback. He's unranked at these events, but his career high is higher than the vast majority of players present. World number 206 achieved in 2014. He was one of Britain's top players back in the day. Regularly up there, a familiar face in the early rounds at Wimbledon. And he picked up 14 ITF singles titles back in the day. Actually beat some very familiar names in finals back in 2010, a certain Dan Evans and David Goffin. His way up there.
Yeah. 30-15.
Only 29, Cox. He initially retired young. He's looking at a potential comeback with a new perspective on life. He now has it more settled off the court.
40-15.
That's a good hold.
Cox. 1 game all.
Playing catch-up now after choosing to receive, but looking pretty comfortable there. Big serve set up for the short ball, which he had no trouble putting away. Great movement around it. That position is key. And here we are, both players on the board at the beginning of this promising clash. Ooh, miscue.
Last 15.
The return came really deep, and that's what you've got to do with Gray on that backhand. Don't let him get in position to line up, because particularly the single backhanders, they really need to find that sweet spot. And when it's on point, it's brutal, it's lethal. But a touch out of place and you're in trouble. Ooh.
15 all.
I think you might ask the question there, but marginally wide. Not letting himself get pushed around early days, Dan Cox. He's got to take advantage of these second serves while they come. Very solid returning from Cox, just getting enough depth, enough to ask the questions of Gray. First serve comes in like that, there's really not a lot you can do. Even if he'd got a racket on that, Gray would have been in great position to finish the point within the first 3 shots. Wow.
40-30.
Just curled away from Dan Cox. Wicked spin out wide. Such a bonus to have that big serve to get cheap points in your pocket in these matches. Oh, that's really good.
Juice.
Keeping that low, catching Gray off guard. It's a big point to win because Gray is such a capable net player. He's really comfortable in the forecourt. It's not overcomplicating that, Cox. Like the previous point, put him off approaching the net, Gray, but the slice on the approach a tad long. It is Gray who finds himself under some early pressure. Break point down here. Really good stuff. So good to see that commitment to coming in. Gray hadn't paid off the first couple of times. But it's all about those split-second decisions, and he spotted the opportunity to impose himself immediately, put the pressure on Cox, who was almost forced to drift long. How the pendulum swung in that exchange. The first wide serve almost backfiring on Gray because Cox got on top of it quickly, and he hit a tremendous cross-court angle on the forehand, but took the pace off on the forehand up the line, probably just to help him get the height over the net, and Gray was quickly onto it to crack down. Made the volley really difficult so low. Big stuff on a big point. Poor Angleton Pythagoras. Seriously, Cox using the width of the court to extremes in these early games. And that's such a great thing to do, stretch your opponent out. Someone like Alistair Gray, you generate so much pace on an indoor hard court. The last thing you want is for him to be in position to fire a winner.
Advantage, Cox.
That backhand down the line is a tough shot. It's the high part of the net. And the backhand, for a lot of players, naturally a flatter shot anyway. Had the opening, not the lift. It's another chance for Cox to break through. Once again, Gray's commitment to closing the net paying off, just blocking the space. That move in, even if you don't have to hit the volley, it just affects your opponent, limits their option.
Gray.
Finds that first serve in the nick of time. Couple of aces already for Gray. That'll do nicely.
Gray.
Lethal spin curling away from Dan Cox.
Gray leads by 2 games to 1.
And it sees Alistair Gray out of some early danger. Great hold to get on the board. He's had some good experiences of late. We've seen him in the forecourt a lot. At Battle of the Brits Team Tennis a couple of weeks ago, he had the opportunity to face both Murray brothers, Jamie and Andy, on the doubles court, which was a huge opportunity, and he more than held his own. Having been studying at college in America, Texas Christian University, his ranking doesn't accurately reflect what he's capable of. Great.
Time.
He's had the competition, but since he's not been competing internationally, hasn't had the opportunity to grab the ranking points that will improve that world ranking, but he'll get out there in time when, of course, we get back to normal.
Love 15.
That's a great strategy on the return from Gray. Charging the net behind the chip return. It's the sort of thing that can get in your opponent's eye line and just catch them off guard. Pull the concentration from the shot a bit, and then you draw the error. Oh, come on. Are you serious? It was ridiculous placement on the slice pass from Gray. Cox did tremendously well to pick it up, apply the depth as well, and then Gray responds with an inch-perfect lob. That is some of the best tennis we've seen here at the UK Pro Series. Applies a little bit of scoreboard pressure as well. Big from Cox.
15-30.
Just dictated the point out. He's got to be prepared for that ball to keep coming back. We've seen already Gray utilizing the slice to keep himself in the exchanges, applying the depth. So important for Cox to stay on his toes, keep up that great movement around the ball. No ball kids here at St George's Hill. The players having to multitask. That's for the safety of all concerned with the current situation, minimising the people present. Oh, he does it again.
30-40.
Crazy good from Alistair Gray. It's not a pattern of play we've seen too much across this series, but it's certainly proving effective. Getting to that forecourt however possible. Great control on the return, buying himself some time by using the chip as well. Control on the volley after. Here's his own break point chance. Calmly put away by Cox. Those floating short returns can be a bit tricky when your opponent gets a racket on a good first serve. It can backfire on you because you've got a lot of time to think. But he didn't overthink. Cox just found the open court. Solid stuff. Another chance. Often a pattern that we see within matches when one player has the chance to break through, doesn't quite get across the line, and then immediately finds themselves in some trouble. Their opponent having had the boost of squeezing through a challenge. Maybe the positioning of Gray applying some pressure. Cox expecting him to get up on top of that second serve. It needed to come in big, and as it happens, didn't find the box at all. So it is a double fault that hands over the early advantage, but Gray more than earns that one. His patterns of players' execution really leaving Daniel Cox up against it. He'll serve to consolidate now.
First service. Love.
Great move from Cox. That slice lacked a little bit of the depth that Gray has been applying to it. Sat up a bit for Cox to get on top of it. Wasn't too nasty a spin. Well, they put all the pressure on with that return. The first 2 or 3 shots of a rally, so important. And Cox getting the placement, generating the pace, putting Gray on the run. some conversation over the call on the serve.
30 all.
So difficult when it's that close. We've mentioned previously this week on an indoor hard court, the artificial lights can glare off the surface a little bit. And when the players are painting the lines, like some of them have been, it makes it a tough task. Ooh.
30, 40.
Not something you often see on his racket. Big miscue from Bray as he tried to pull the ball cross court. And this is exactly what Cox would have been looking for, the immediate chance to break back and not let Gray gather any kind of momentum. We'll be looking for a big first serve here. That's great court coverage from Cox.
Gray leads by 3 games to 2.
Yeah, he was on the right side of the baseline, but he still had to sprint to get underneath that ball and injected some great pace into it as well.
Time. Love.
Great miss from Cox. In these early games, he's been really solid, really sharp as well, smart in his placement of the ball.
Wait, please.
He's going to look to take real advantage of those second serves. Once again, getting in behind it as quickly as possible, Alistair Gray. So steady at the net. Chopping it shorter just to be on the safe side, making sure that Cox wasn't covering it. The advantage here. He's got straight back to work after the disappointment of being unable to consolidate. That is a beauty.
15-40.
The backhand down the line made it a little bit easier for him because the serve did kick up, which meant he didn't have to worry as much about the height. But he had to get that timing absolutely perfect. Difficult. He did it in style and in a big moment. Double break point chance. Great scrambling from Cox. Fluid striking from Gray, but he did all the hard work, Dan Cox, asking the questions. He may not have played for some time, but he's certainly match fit, has had the match practice here. It was actually the great physical shape he'd got himself into that caused his wife to ask the question, does it not make you want to get back on the tennis circuit? Inch perfect first serve. Just getting him on the front foot for the duration of that rally. Really calm stuff from Cox under pressure. Some of that old experience coming through maybe. Has been a while, but he was a regular competitor. Near the top of the game. So solid in the forecourt. Gray asked him all sorts of questions in that rally. Tipping it low. And it was Gray put under some pressure at the end there. Looking for a way past the wall. Well, that is a great game to squeeze through. He does consolidate the break back. Big stuff. Great. Looked to be gathering some momentum, served for the 4-1 lead. Now we're level at 3-all halfway through this opener. We've seen some high quality stuff from both guys.
40-15.
Lost you for a moment there, so I couldn't comment on some terrific play from Alistair Gray. Looked to be rocketing towards a love hold. Cox doing well there just to stem the tide.
Gray leads by 4 games to 3.
Well, that's an impressive hold after once again pushing Cox in the previous game. Would have been a little annoying to have that 3-1 lead erased. He didn't do anything particularly wrong, Gray. Cox just produced a great level, put a lot of balls back in play, used the angles. So back to going with serve in this first set. Great tennis on display, hoping that there's more to come. 5 more matches still to come on court 1 today. It'll be the first of the women's in the Appleton up against Nadia Ronson. The match following this one. James Ward will take on Ryan Peniston. And the 3rd match of the day, that one could go long. Jodie Burrage and Emma Raducanu, 2 of the brightest rising stars of British tennis right now, facing off for the 3rd time in 2 weeks in match 4. That one's not to be missed. Broady and Anton Matusovic will surely put on a show in match 5, and then Liam's sister Naomi taking on Freya Christie to round out the day on court 1. Great half volley from Dan Cox. Gray making life difficult with the placement, and great hands from Cox just to pick that one up and force Gray to play that out. Put him under pressure with his position at the net. Serve, and he did lose his advantage, Gray, but he's still up on the scoreboard. There's determination on him to get the breakthrough here. It was a great first serve. Gray did what he could there, really. Chip return was less of a choice and more of something that he was forced into on that occasion. Cox capitalizing behind it. Wall at the net.
$40-15. $40-30.
Couple of net cords in there, only paid off for Gray. One more shot to get to the safety of deuce. heck of a rally. Goes the way of Dan Cox, but you've got to give Alistair Gray some credit for the way he covered that baseline. Was so close to being wrong-footed within the first few shots, but a deep forehand slice got him back in things. Cox didn't panic, unflustered, and back level on the scoreboard. Takes us into the business end of this one. It's a big service game for Gray, knowing that if he's broken here, Cox will have the opportunity to serve for the set. Looking to get as many big first serves in as possible, avoid these longer rallies that Cox is starting to look so comfortable in. Exactly the start he wants, just a big bomb of a serve, quick point on the board, settle him into the game. Once again, Cox effectively using the width.
Thank you.
It's the opportunity to dig in, and even if he doesn't finish off the point right away, get himself in a decent position in the rally.
30-15.
Not much you can do about that, though. Biting the tee. Once again, just putting the pressure on with the placement. Gray practically had to dig that from behind him. Reaction tells you everything. He's kept it pretty level so far, Gray, but you can certainly feel the competition here on court one. That's really great from him to hold his focus and deliver when he needed to. He is one heck of a score. He's got the options. now is to just get that consistency and make sure that he can bring his best level in the big moments. That was a great confidence boost in that game.
Time.
Bringing the quality to close things out when he was feeling a bit of pressure. And this match format is a great way to test that and his ability to produce when it matters. The match tiebreak brings its own kind of mental pressure and things to deal with. Small amount of time to get across the line. Every error costs you. He's been playing with this format for a good few weeks now. Great. He's had some great results and some brilliant showings. Emphatic. Once again, so big to get that first point on the board, just to settle yourself into things and to do it in that manner as a bonus. Pops so quickly up behind his first delivery. Just an extra bit of oomph on that final smash. Oh, great reactions.
30 love.
Not that time for Gray. That shot went by the saver for a few years. Sneaky attack by Roger. It was something that Federer himself used to great effect, but if it's overused, it kind of lacks the surprise a bit. Gray had been successful with it, chopping it back into the court, which gave him a little bit more time to get ready and prepared at the net. He had a clean backhand there that traveled fast, and Cox, with his positioning, was able to eat up and redirect that pace, meaning that Gray wasn't in such a comfortable position at the net. Good kick on the serve, making life tough.
Game. Cox. 5 games all.
Well, you wouldn't have known he was under scoreboard pressure by the way he rattled through that game, Dan Cox. Imperious stuff. I think the set deserves a tiebreak, but it might not necessarily be headed for one. It all depends how these two handle the mental situation of this point of the match. From both of them so far. Oh, that's really good. That high backhand volley, it's a deceptively tough shot. Gray made it look absolutely easy there, but he had to strike it on the run as well. Moving in from the other side of the court. Balance, poise, everything has to be on point. Terrific finish.
30 love. It looks
Not
wide
so
from
sure.
here.
Maybe even half an inch in it. It was worth going for. Have to take the misses with the hits.
Love. T15.
A couple of big points from Cox. 40 love down. Gray playing the way he was. Would have been easy to think the game was almost over, but he commits to every single point. It's not the first time that he's made a contest out of a game where he trailed 40 love. And the depth of that return hanging off the back of the baseline forced Gray into the pickup. My word.
Gray.
Top tennis to close out the game.
Gray leads by 6 games to 5.
Giving himself much margin for error on that final backhand, but it didn't matter. Swiped it past Cox. We'll have the new balls to serve with in this next game. Handel serving to stay in the set effortlessly last time, Dan Cox, but that was an emphatic finish from Alistair Gray to close that game. A reminder that these are the top 2 players in Box A battling it out. Point scores are really close. Gray's on top with 7. Cox just 1 behind with 6. And then Liam Broady, top-ranked player in the draw. And Anton Matusevic and his huge forehand, both on 5 points. Billy Harris, who's been so committed to this event, just another spot behind at 4. So it really is close stuff. And with just 2 more days of round-robin action, every single set is so important.
New balls.
spoke about Gray's ability in the forecourt early on, but Cox has really been proving himself out here. Looking really steady, really solid up at the front. Gray having to be really creative, as we saw with the lob earlier in the set, just to even get past him.
Love.
Back to approaching behind the chip return, and that one worked nicely. Gray 100% knew what he wanted to do. Had stepped inside the baseline to get an early start.
T15.
That's the right shot choice.
They
just travelled through that slice a touch too much. And here we are. Level at 6-all. Tie breaks are like Marmite. You either love them or you hate them. But unlike Marmite, which you can choose to leave out of your life, you have to play them. And we've got our first of the day here on court 1. The 2 breaks, but it has been so close throughout this set. Difficult to call who comes out on top here.
First serve.
That's great placement from Cox. Gray just lingered for a moment after he'd hit that forehand, waiting for it to land, and wasn't quite up in time. Cox nailing the mark down at his feet. Opening mini break in the bag. Oh, ridiculous.
Oh.
Insane recovery from Alistair Gray. Oh, it looked like that net cord might be the end of him. He went completely the wrong way, had to flick his racket out to the side. Not the first bit of magic he's produced today. To get back on serve as well. Oh, this first set has been so good. The quality so high.
2-1. Cox.
Some finish. Cracked it down the line. It barely bounced. One of the hardest ground strokes to execute over that high part of the net. The thing you've got to love about this match so far is that it's generally the winners deciding the outcome of points as opposed to the unforced errors, or indeed forced errors. It's players winning the points as opposed to losing them. So good, just dragging him. It's the mini break back. Defeated at the net, back-to-back points now, great. Fox just so comfortable in his positioning. A lot of time after that slice approach. And just the right amount of top spin to keep it out of Gray's reach. Fired down the line and heads into the changeover with a decent looking 4-2 lead. Things can change so quickly in these tie breaks. Get this point on the board after the changeover, it'll be a really good position for him. 2 points away. But if not, Gray is right back in this. Gonna be the biggest point he's played so far today. Stretched out, you can understand why I didn't want to float that return in. Great. Just wanted to keep Cox back. 2 must-hold serves now. Oh, that's good stuff. She's kept Cox rooted to the middle of the baseline there, Gray. Wasn't sure which way the forehand was going. Did try and overhit it. Made sure he had the positioning. Placement on his racket. Big under pressure. But Cox now with 2 serves to get this first set in his pocket. There was a chance there for Gray. He'd got into that forecourt. He'd worked the point. But Cox relentless from the baseline. Gray just hadn't quite got his balance up there. And Cox going back the way he'd come to expose that. That's great intensity. And his reward, a couple of set points. This one nailed down. He won't do it on serve just yet. Real resilience from Gray when he needed it. And that's one of few points in the latter stages of this set that's ended on an unforced error. Cox really made to work there. In the end, the forehand breaking down. Still with a set point, but this time on the return. If Gray can get a big first delivery here, could be all square. And Cox gets it done. What a set of tennis. Came down to the slimmest of margins as they went toe-to-toe all the way through. Up to the last point, nothing was certain. It is the former world number 206 that takes the lead. Just maybe a moment of uncertainty there for Gray in that last point. He jolted forward after the slice as if he intended to move in, but Cox got there first, put the pressure on. Looking at those stats, a high first serve percentage for both. Gray actually hit more aces than that. I think it was a good 8 overall for him. But it's all about winning those big. Cox just grabbing it. On break each, it came down to the tie break. It's all about whether you have the presence of mind and the ability to perform in those big moments. Just a couple of points separating the two of them. It went right down the wire, came down to the last moment.
Time.
So 1 point guaranteed for Cox, who came into this match trailing Gray in the group by a single point. Cox pretty competitive. Just 5 players literally separated by 2 or 3 points. In the other group, James Ward has a little bit of a lead. He's on 8. Ryan Peniston closest to him on 6. High quality first set. Let's hope the second can follow suit. Cox, who opted to receive in the opener, has the opportunity to serve to open the second. Great way to start. Exactly how Gray started, with an ace down the tee at the beginning of the first. Reminder that Gray was the first to take advantage. He was looking pretty good, up 3-1, serving for the 4-1 lead, which would have applied some serious scoreboard pressure. Wasn't to be. Oh, not seen too many of them. Racing through that forehand a bit, Gray. Eager to get on top. Saw that one was coming short, maybe kicked up a little bit more than he expected as well. Came off the top of his frame. You can see why Cox climbed as high as he did in the rankings back in the day. Looking really comfortable out here. Just sustained quality. Great reading of the point as well. Unbalancing Gray more and more often, whether he be at the baseline or in the forecourt.
Game. Cox. First game, second set.
Well, that's exactly what he would have ordered. A comprehensive love hold to carry on the momentum from edging that opening set. Really just put his foot down right at the beginning of the tie break with that impressive mini break. Made his intentions known. Didn't flinch when he dropped the set point on serve. It's been impressive focus from Cox, looking to make a tennis comeback. Should the international tours resume at some point in the near future. WTA match is already back underway. ATP hoping to follow suit in the next few weeks. As far as the challenges in the ITF circuit go, that's a little bit more uncertain territory at the moment. Hopefully things will be deemed safe for the new year. And that's why this event is so important. Of the kind of challenger ITF kind of ranking, missing out on those opportunities to compete, to earn money, to gain ranking points, but there's been so much on offer here in terms of prize money and match play opportunities. Done a great job here at the UK Pro Series. He's 22 years old. He's still at college. He's still pretty much at the beginning of his career. There is no doubt in my mind that physically he's the real deal. He's got the game, he's got the raw talent, he's got the commitment and the focus. But for him, most recently, we've just seen that very occasionally he's been edged in a first set. And that's kind of been his undoing before the match.
15-all.
Going back to the British tour, he played the first 2 weeks. He lost to Arthur Ferry and Paul Jubb. No shame in that at all. Both players in brilliant form, or have been in recent weeks.
30-15.
On both occasions played a really good match, but lost 2 tight first sets. Against Ferry it was 7-6, and against Jubb it was 7-5. Terrific level in that match. Both matches he went on to lose in straights, so... I think that he caught the outside of that sideline, Alistair Gray. Yeah, that is insane quality. What an angle on the volley. Just clenches his fist.
40-30.
Wow. Can't even remember what I was saying before. That was a high quality point.
Juice.
I do remember what I was saying. This kind of backs it up a little bit. That insane quality from Gray on that previous point. And there's no questions that he has the game, he has the ability, but it's all about the timing. That's what separates the good players from the best players. They don't play flashy, impressive tennis all the time. In fact, some of the top players probably don't play as impressive tennis as Alistair Gray. Just in terms of how sharp it is and how much pace he can generate. But they will be steady and they'll know the point to raise their level. And for Gray, he can play brilliantly for the majority of matches, but the key points often don't seem to go in his favor. We've seen that in the match tie breaks as well.
Juice.
Cox, on the other hand, he's displayed some brilliant quality tennis here today as well, and he's just been that little bit steadier, particularly in the high pressure moments. For that tie break, he really got it together. The only real crumble on that set point on serve, and he rebounded immediately.
Advantage, Cox.
It's making life so tough for Gray up at the net, Cox, just by keeping those balls so low. The approach there, Gray had been pulled out to the side, so he didn't quite have the balance moving in. This is a huge moment here. The momentum at the moment has swung slightly to the favor of Cox. Will be pretty gutting for Gray to have lost that first set, having sustained such a good level all the way through, having led by the break first off. He needs to stay in the moment now. And he does it again, but brilliantly done by Cox, moving in to get on top of the kick on that serve, pointing it down like a dagger at the racket of Gray. And he's basically forced into the error on that occasion. It is another big moment that goes the way of Dan Cox, getting the opening break of this set in the bag. Twice held to stay in that first set. So tie-break inclusive, it's 4 games on the trot for Cox. that's where mentally it becomes a much tougher battle for Gray. You could see what he was trying to do on that return, trying to take some of the pace off and keep it in court, make Cox play the point out, but the serve came in so fast it was difficult to control.
All.
Dan Cox gets a taste of his own medicine there. Great on the back foot from Gray. Just had to scoop it up from underneath, was put on the run. And Cox on that occasion just hadn't quite covered the net quickly enough. He was over on the right-hand side. The space was there. Gray found it. Back to back, that is brilliant stuff. Just when he was starting to look a little bit under pressure, a little bit uncertain, Gray, he rips two brilliant passing shot winners. That one really smart, getting the height on the forehand, finding the angle. This is a big moment for him. Two opportunities to get the immediate break back, stop Cox consolidating. We couldn't have done much more on the back foot there, Gray. Stretched right out. He did ask the final question and Cox responded. One break point saved. The well-earned break for Alistair Gray. He deserves a lot of credit for that.
2 games to 1.
Edged in a first set that he had chances in, immediately broken at the start of the second set, but really upped his level in the last few points to get that break back. That could be a really crucial moment in the wider context of this match. 3-love, having lost that first set, would have been a weight on Gray's shoulders. And this battle is still very much on. And remember, with the format, if this goes to a set all, we go to a match tiebreak. So it's not too far of a wait for Gray to climb if he wants to get back in this. The level throughout that first set, pretty 50-50, but as we said, Cox just able to bring it all where he needed to in the key points. So on court 2, first match of the day still underway. Emily Arbuthnot edged out the first set over Sonae Bartel. Another lengthy one there, an hour in length, that opening set. They're locked at 2-all in the second. So similar situation to here on court 1. A little conversation with the umpire, which was before this judgment. Not fully sure what was said. This changeover just a little bit longer in length. Still to come, 5 more matches on court 1. A mix of men's and women's. It was the men who took over court 1 on the first day. The women took that centre stage the second, and it's been a mix for yesterday and today. And back we go. Cox might have 1 or 2 regrets from that last game in the final rally when he had the opportunity to get to deuce. His depth of shot, well, Gray's depth of shot had dropped a bit, and Cox wasn't able to get on top of it and move into the net as he usually would have done in the opening games of this clash. He'd done the work. Credit to Cox for that scramble from right off the court. It came low, and Gray had a really tough time with that volley. Not a great position for him, but at the same time, he was in a dominant position on the court, with Cox off towards court 2 and himself right up at the net.
Love 30.
Bit of a lapse from Gray after that first point. Seemed to pull off the forehand a bit there. Had been pushed back. Oh, that's 15, a vintage 30. First serve to pull a point back. It can happen. He really upped his energy levels in the previous game, Gray, and his precision to get that break in the bag, and there can be a little bit of a come down for a few moments after that. Just getting back to the business of going through your service games. Wide. Cox quickly ready behind that
15-40.
wide return to step in and take advantage. Drilling the forehand deep. Hasn't flinched, firmly focused, and once again, a couple of breakpoint chances. Once again,
Cox.
in that point, Gray just
Cox leads by 3 games to 1.
didn't quite have the positioning as he raced into the forecourt, but you've got to give all the credit to Dan Cox, because going back there with the backhand just left Gray unsure. So impressive the way he's able to bring the quality when it really matters, Cox. And that's 3 breaks of serve in a row. We only saw the 2 breaks in that opening set, and they came back to back.
Love.
Good run from Gray, but Cox had done what needed doing. Pulling him from side to side.
Love.
Take every hold of every point here, Gray, and try and build on it. Cox isn't giving him a lot. Next to nothing, in fact, at the moment.
Wait, please.
Just sense things getting a little bit more difficult for Gray now. A lot of attempts to get to the forecourt and finish things off from there haven't worked recently. Cox so sharp on his passes. And then Cox landing a decent percentage of first serves, not as much opportunity to rip in and attack. We did see a lot of approaches behind the return that was so effective for Gray early on. Bit loose.
Cox leads by 4 games to 1.
In the first set and a bit of this clash, virtually every point was claimed by a winner or a forced error, but Gray back and forth in this set. It's a difficult task having lost such a close opening set that he had chances for. He did serve for the 4-1 lead, Alistair Gray. Wasn't able to do that, and Dan Cox does consolidate for the 4-1 lead, so way to rub salt into the wounds. Getting close now to clinching this in straights, which would be 3 points in the bag for Cox, and would see him leapfrog Gray as the leader of this group, box A. Well, generally the players calling their own lines off the ground, but Chantal Garman stepping in to overrule there because she was so certain of the ball on the near sideline, which is the closest to her chair, so she has a good look at that one. Gray had called it wide. He'll be disappointed to see that one slip out of his grasp.
Next. First service.
Getting a little bit looser for Gray.
Love 30.
You have to feel for him because he had put in such a good showing, but it's not the first time this has happened. Bit of a familiar story, something to be working on. Just keeping that focus after going down. Dan Cox, his quality has been really something to contend with. Yeah, Gray's the higher ranked out here, but that's because Cox hasn't been playing for a few years. His career high is way beyond Gray's. Good way to steer himself into this game. Has to focus on the positives from that first set, the things that were working. He was competing so confidently, and a little bit of that confidence just feels like it's disintegrated in the second set, understandably.
30 all.
Big first serves will help. He has lacked the first serve a little bit when he really needed it, Gray. And when it's on, it is such a weapon. Really difficult to contend with. Gray's been making a point of getting on top of the second serves, being proactive behind them. Ah, well,
40-30.
Febvy deserved a net cord. I think Gray there will, yeah, he'll take that. Anything at the moment to try and get a foothold in this set. By the scoreboard, it looks to be slipping away. Important moment there for Gray to avoid going down break points, and at 5-1 it would pretty much look over. It's just not as solid at the moment. I would have felt the pressure to try and put a bit more kick, more pace on that second serve because of the way that Cox has been digging in.
Advantage, Gray.
Not that time. There's a chance for Gray to get across the line here. Get a shot in the return game and making something happen.
Net.
There we go.
Advantage. Oh, correction, game, Gray.
Nails the mark.
Cox leads by 4 games to 2.
So he does get the hold on the board. Gray, that's huge for him in the wider context of this match. Now with Cox to serve, he's really got to get every inch of his focus zoned in on this return game and trying to make something happen. That's the way. He'd almost overrun that one, Gray, trying to block the path of Cox, who was just relentless on that chase down. Just stuck out his racket to catch it as it came flying back. Found the open court. It was a great start for the 11-15.
All. Service.
Well, that's a shame for Gray. Part of the effectiveness of the approach behind that return is the element of surprise, and now Cox might just be expecting it. Stop,
You
drop,
okay?
roll.
Sure.
How do you like it, asks Gray.
30 all.
Cox has been catching him out at times with that pass down the line. And now Gray able to take that ball on the rise and do the same thing. Protected himself there. I think Cox looks to be all right. Big moment in this game though, 30 all. Half chance for Alistair Gray. And the depth on the backhand slice generates the chance. Cox forced right back in the court and didn't quite have enough topspin on the forehand to see that point out. Really big moment here for Gray. Down 4-1. Looking a bit hot and cold. Things were starting to look precarious, but there's a real shot here to get right back in this. Oh my word, well, he didn't give himself much margin for error there, Dan Cox. Didn't leave Gray with any chances. Slams the door. Still on juice though. Massive game here. Well played by Gray. He was so far behind the baseline just to give himself the time he needed on those ground strokes to stay in the point. So after the pass, he had to sprint up to that net to keep the point going. Great movement, was on his toes, identified the opportunity. And he's earned this second chance to get back on serve. That attacking forehand in these tenser times has just been a little bit more lacking in control, a little bit more unpredictable for Gray. You can understand he's having to go for so much here just to keep Cox back.
Advantage Cox.
Pulled off it a bit. Came in with some kick. Smart serving. And it's gone from break point to game point here. Huge moment for Cox.
Next. First service.
There it is. He puts the lid on it.
Cox leads by 5 games to 2.
Precarious moments, but he comes through. Ultimately, that bit more solid than Alistair Gray, who produced some real quality, but punctuated it with some iffy misses. Well, it's been impressive from Cox all the way through. It hasn't always been flashy. He's just been steady. He's played at a level that he can maintain. moments of magic in there as well. Dominant position now on the scoreboard. Once again, a big mental task for Gray. He was so close to getting the breakthrough and getting back on level terms. Now he finds himself serving at 2-5, serving to stay in the contest. Testing times. Over on court 2, they're into a match tiebreak. Sane Cartel, who's caused a lot of people a lot of problems this week and in previous weeks, leveling against Arbuthnot. 5-7, 6-3. Two lengthy contests to start the day.
Wait, please.
Just not quite with the placement. Cox looking so secure in these longer exchanges now, really comfortable with the pace coming at him. Quick on his feet, able to maneuver around the court. Difficult to see where to break him down. At the moment, Gray just needs to focus on his own side of the net, getting those first serves in, applying some pressure. Like that.
15.
Clinically finished off the back of a brilliant tee serve. Timing just right on the high ball. Had a lot of time to think about that, but stuck with his chosen option. Well, that's just unfortunate. It was a quality first serve. Cox's short return, making life a little bit challenging. And the backhand up the line was the right option, but once again, it's that high part of the net. It's difficult to execute over the top. Good finish from Cox, though. Right on top to take advantage of the opportunity. Caught out so many times recently, Gray. Usually so comfortable up at the front of the court, but Cox has seemed ready and waiting for that. Firing those returns low. Gray trying to chop that one a bit shorter maybe, not paying off. Here we go then. After almost a couple of hours of play, it is a match point on the return for Dan Cox. Oh, no way. That is a cruel way for this one to come to a close.
7-6, 6-2.
but it just amplifies the fact that Dan Cox was there for all the huge moments. That was a brilliant performance from him. Really huge stuff. The level, the quality that he was able to produce over the 2 sets, and he knows he was up against a quality opponent in Alistair Gray. That first set level so high, I think that one meant a lot to him. Huge tennis from both. Well, that was just a pleasure to watch, and big stuff for Dan Cox. He gets the 3 points off the back of that straight sets win, which sees him leapfrog Alistair Gray himself to get to the top of box A. Looking good for him moving into the back end of the week with those playoff matches coming up. Gray still in a strong position. He was unfortunate today. It was some of the highlights in that match, a lot of them finished off by Gray. The quality, the talent, the potential is all there. He's just got to get to the point where he's bringing it in the key moments. And that will come in time. He's still so early on, Gray. So much to look forward to, so much to develop and build on. That brings us to the end of this first clash of the day on court 1. Going the way of Dan Cox. Down, 5 to go. The next match following this one will be Emily Appleton's duel with Nadia Ronson. Both of them looking to bounce back from the defeats yesterday. We'll be over to that one shortly. Welcome back to day 4 at the classic week of the UK Pro Series. The former champions, the players with the highest points amassed, and some big name wildcards coming to fight it out to find the champion of champions. Had a great start to the day on court 1. Terrific quality tennis with Dan Cox coming out on top against Alistair Gray. And now the first women's match of the day here between Emily Appleton and Nadia Ronson. Both of them in box B. Appleton coming into the day in 4th place and Ronson joint 5th. So they've got some ground to make up and they're within a point of each other. Here, 20 years old. She's been in some great form. She won the event here last week, so she came straight back into playing at the beginning of the week here. Won on Sunday, back to work on Monday.
3 minutes.
She beat Beth Gray in her opening match in a long one, 10-5 in the match tiebreak, so it was a good start. She's had some tough clashes since then. Played the biggest names in the group, Jodie Burrage and Emma Raducanu. Kept it close with Burrage, had her a little bit frustrated, but went down 6-4, 6-4. And then Emma Raducanu was a really tough task yesterday. Appleton was up the early break, but then Raducanu rattled through, I think, 11 straight games to win 6-3, 6-love. So Emily Appleton will be hoping to rebound from that. She's been in some great form, and there's no reason why she can't share that again. Up against Nadia Ronson, who is unranked, but that doesn't fairly represent how she can play. She's still a student at the moment at Loughborough University, 21 years old. It's been an up and down classic week so far for Ronson. She got that match against Raducanu out of the way first up, 6-2, 6-3 she went down. But then she had a great result on day 2, beating Beth Gray, much more experienced and higher ranked. It was a 6-4, 6-4 win, really impressive. Showed great mental resolve at the back end of both sets. But I think she felt the pressure maybe a little bit after that. Lost 6-4, 6-love to Elise Maloney yesterday, a match that she would have fancied her chances in. And she was visibly upset after that one, so the great thing for her is that she gets to come out today, a new opportunity to get things back on track, work on what she wasn't happy with. Chantal Garment in the chair for the 2nd match in a row. One morning for her. 2 hours for the straight sets win for Dan Cox to kick things off.
This ladies singles round robin match will consist of 2 tiebreak sets, and if required at 1 set all, a 10-point match tiebreak. To the left of the chair, Nadia Ronson. To the right of the chair, Emily Appleton. Ronson won the toss and elected to serve.
Confirmation that Ronson has chosen to serve to open this clash. She will fancy her chances here. Head-to-head stands at 1-love in her favour. And the previous meeting did come here at St George's Hill. Ronson getting the win in a match tiebreak. She won 2 tiebreaks actually, both of them really close. Opening tiebreak she won 8-6. Eventually coming through 7-6, 1-6, 12-10 over Appleton. So Appleton did have her chances and indeed had a match point in that clash but wasn't able to convert. So another example of how Ronson is able to keep her cool, stay focused and exhibit great mentality and pressure moments at this tournament. It's been steady for Ronson here. She played 4 weeks of this event coming in. Best result was a 4th place in week 4. Appleton obviously has that week 5 victory under her belt. Official standings in this group. I'm not sure if I got it a bit wrong before. Ronson is in 2nd place, joint 2nd place with Maloney on 3 points each. Appleton just 2 points, having yet to pick up a victory in straight sets, so she'll be looking to get a quick start in this one. 4 players though, Gray, Appleton, Maloney and Ronson, fair distance off Burrage and Raducanu. They're tied on 9 points each and will be facing off later today in the 4th match on court 1. So that's one not to miss. Profile collision.
Prepare to play.
Now we keep our attention on this one, which has the potential to get close, as that previous meeting shows.
First set, Ronson to serve. Ready? Play. 15 love.
Oh, what a start for Ronson. The angle on that forehand to finish things off. Already a flavour of what to expect. Potentially some long rallies between these two. What Ronson can do really well is just make her opponents play the extra balls, keep them going, expect them to break down, but showing there that she has the ability to finish off nicely as well.
Set. 30-15.
Like to look to move forward as well, Ronson, just to stop Appleton from getting in the driver's seat. She has been playing with a lot of confidence, Appleton, that comes from so much match play. Probably be looking to step up and dictate in this particular clash.
That's all.
Smart play from Appleton. Ronson not up to the forecourt by choice there, but because she was forced into it by the drop shot. Looking nicely focused at the beginning of proceedings here, Appleton, and an early break point chance.
Appleton.
Just wide on that occasion, and it is a quick start for Emily Appleton. She'll be well pleased with that. Has to be cautious though. In her match with Emma Raducanu yesterday, she did get out to the early lead, and it was a little bit problematic from there on out, so can't afford a lapse in concentration. She's come out looking zoned in, looking ready for this clash. Having had that lengthy encounter with Ronson a couple of weeks ago, she'll know what to expect here. And even though she didn't win that match, positives in that she got so close. She was able to play her own brand of tennis. Not a break though until it's consolidated, so Appleton will attempt to do just that as she steps up to the baseline now. A win on this court for Daniel Cox, and it was a win on court number 2 for Sine Cartal, a comeback victory. She won 5-7, 6-3, 10-3 over Emily Arbuthnot. She's been pushing players but not quite getting across the line, so that's a great win for her. She'll look to drive behind the serve, Appleton. She's got a ball on the ball on her racket at the beginning of the points. On the return, might have to approach things a bit differently if Rawson's nailing the first serve, but here she can really close in and look to finish things off quickly. Now just telling Ronson that she's got to do a little bit more on the second serve there. Appleton. It's a solid return, but it came in quite short in Appleton's strike zone, and she wasted no time getting on top of it. Great precision down the line.
Game. Appleton.
A sharp way to finish things off. This is a really impressive start from Appleton. It been a disappointing couple of days for her, but they were the toughest 2 matches that she would have had to play in the group, so this might feel like a little bit of an easing of the pressure in comparison. That said, there is still the pressure to pick up those points and get herself in a good position for the playoffs later in the week, a couple of days' time. Well, an exhibition there of turning defense into attack. Great use of the height on the ball for the lob from Appleton. Forced Ronson back, and she did her thing. She kept Appleton playing, but no stopping Appleton from finishing things off. bullying her at the moment, Appleton. Targeting those lines. Stretching Ronson out. She's really going to test her athleticism out here. Keeping that last ball a little bit shorter as well, so Ronson had that extra meter to run. Good stuff from Ronson in response. The depth on the forehand driving to the baseline, and she hits a nice heavy shot. Ronson reeling with topspin. So dismissive on the return from Appleton. Didn't flinch. Great timing on the forehand. And here are a couple more break points. A double break in the bag at the beginning of this first set. Dangerous times for Nadia Ronson.
Appleton.
It was difficult with the short ball so close to the net. It limited Rawson's options a bit. Going down the line would be tough. And Appleton was ready and waiting on the other side. Didn't have the space to play with. And it is Emily Appleton with the double break in the bag. Heading for this first sit down. She'll be mightily pleased with that start to this clash. And it shows great maturity about her as well. It would have been easy to get down about those last couple of straight sets losses, but she's seizing the opportunity here to get back out the next day and work on different things and what she wants to improve. She'll know the importance of just staying in the moment here, not thinking too far ahead, not falling into a false sense of security just because she has that double break now in her pocket. The single set that she won in their only previous meeting was one-sided. That's 6-1 second set. Ronson edging the tough moments. You can see why she made that attempt. Appleton, Ronson quite a way behind the baseline. Didn't quite have the connection. You've got to have that forward movement still on the drop shot, leaning into it, making sure it doesn't just fall flat. Good commitment and depth from Ronson. She knows the potentially essential thing of digging in here and getting the break back before Appleton can consolidate. 4-love is quite the deficit.
Love 40.
There's the double fault. Completely opening the door for Ronson to get back into this. That's a good response. Commitment from Appleton. Playing to win the points, not playing not to lose it. Drove the off forehand deep into the corner. And the approach to the net blocked the space for Ronson.
Game. Ronson.
A couple of double faults there proving fatal.
3 games to 1.
And Ronson gets one of the breaks back. Not so fast, she says. Appleton has to be careful here. It was when she was 3-1 up on Emma Raducanu that everything started going very wrong.
Love 15. All.
Booming first serve. It's a weapon that Ronson did utilise a fair bit against Beth Gray. Pushing her back to get on the front foot in the rallies. Appleton capitalising by generating the pace behind the depth of shot. She has a good demeanour on court. Would have been disappointed to let that break go, one of them anyway, but she's just got straight back to work. Great attitude. Here we go, the chance for Appleton to reclaim the double break. There it is, back in the bag.
Appleton leads by 4 games to 1.
Good work on the back foot from Appleton. having faced Ronson before, she'll know what she's capable of and what she's up against. And being willing to rally on the return is quite important, because Ronson had nailed some good first serves in there. It would have been detrimental to try and attack and get on top of them right away. Didn't offer up many cheap points there, Appleton, and Ronson unable to find a rhythm. She was really disappointed after that loss yesterday, Ronson. She'd got herself into a decent position in the group. Obviously, Burrage and Raducanu well out in front. But with that straight sets win over Gray, a player that she wasn't really expected to beat, came the 3 points. And then up against Maloney in the next match. Seems the pressure just got a bit too much. Not the pressure from anyone else, self-inflicted pressure to perform and to do well in that particular contest. Close first set, and then it just went off the rails from there. So she'll be looking to improve on that mentally in this clash.
Love.
That's great control on the volley, going back behind Ronson. Catching her out, could see her momentum heading off in the other direction.
Thank you. Love. Love.
A couple of huge first deliveries there for Appleton. Something that the conditions here indoors really aid. It's a fast traveling court. And that's a statement of a consolidation to love.
Appleton leads by 5 games to 1.
Not giving Ronson a look in, and this is deeply impressive from Appleton. There was that one blip and she completely reset afterwards. The focus is really going to benefit her going forwards as her sights set on success on the international tours. Taking steps towards that. In 2018, she won her first couple of ITF titles at 15K level. Has ditched the education now. She saw her A-levels through. Now hoping to go full-time with her tennis career. Cornwall, Nadia Ronson. Probably wouldn't have been a bad place to be recently with the heat wave. A little bit more bearable than playing tennis indoors, but there's a lot on the line here at the UK Pro Series. Great prize money and match play opportunities. All in the timing for Appleton. And These heavy, deep ground strokes from Ronson that keep so many players rallying and put them in uncomfortable situations aren't seeming to trouble Appleton at the moment. She's finding her marks, keeping Ronson guessing with the direction of those forehands. No mercy on the return, digging it so deep to the feet of Ronson. Pushed back in the court, and therefore didn't have the lift on the forehand. Appleton now seeming to race towards the end of this first set. That's really well done. She has a great use of that shorter angle, Ronson. She's not a kind of player that's going to finish most of the points with winners, but she can force her opponents into uncomfortable positions, such as that one for Appleton. Appleton just keeping sufficient depth on her shots in this set to give Ronson all sorts of problems. Struggling to see a way to end these rallies, and here we go on the return, a set point. Open up the space. What she's got to do, Ronson. Can't be afraid to go to the same side just to do the work needed to get the put away. Appleton hasn't struggled with being dragged from side to side.
Appleton.
And maybe feeling the need to go for that little bit more Ronson just to stop Appleton from getting on top of her. A chance to lock this one down. There is the set in around about half an hour for Emily Appleton. She'll be well pleased with that one. Really impressive, just very professional, very mature, very focused. And Ronson has been asked a lot of questions that she doesn't have answers to. At the moment, Appleton is the wall that she can't drill a hole through. And she's got a lot to contemplate heading into the second set. A swift start in comparison to the other two matches we've seen already today. Lengthy contests on court 2 and court 1, where Daniel Cox got the better of Alistair Gray. Here are the set 1 stats. Solid stuff for Appleton. and she generated all the opportunities. Was leading by the double break, and Ronson seized one of them back. She stalled some momentum, but Appleton just got her head down and got back to what had been working, and it's that staying in the moment, that concentration that has won her so much here. But she does have to be careful. She did lose to Ronson on that previous meeting, and it's not the first time that she's picked up a 6-1 set. It was 6-1 in the second set for Appleton last time they played. But it was Ronson that edged the key moments, winning the first set tiebreak and the match tiebreak. So it shows her mental resolve, her willingness to be gritty, to hang on. Might just be a case here of whether Appleton gives her the opportunity. If she maintains that level, she's gonna be tough today.
Love 15.
It's just 1 point, but it's a good start for Ronson just to set the tone and to show Appleton that she's still here to fight, and she's still very much in this contest. But a good response. Once again, Appleton with the focus, and that's something that will serve her so well at the ITF level of the tours. So much is decided by the focus, the mentality, lapses in concentration across the players all the time. So quickly up behind that off forehand. Making those split-second decisions, Appleton, to great effect. Doesn't seem willing to give much at the moment, just carrying on from where she left off in the opener. Well, she'll take it for sure. Anything to stay in touch at the moment. It's all about hanging tough here for Ronson. If she can keep things close, if she can use that mental resolve to try and capitalize. Interesting. Appleton moving around to try and take that one on the forehand, which cost herself a little bit of time and a bit of space around the ball. Wasn't quite in position to execute. Here we go then. Early breakpoint chance for Nadia Ronson. Couldn't have asked for more. She was caught off guard though by that wide serve, was headed off to cover the tee. First deliveries have been looking good for Appleton so far.
Advantage,
just to confirm what I was saying. Brutal when the big serves fend off the opportunities that the opponent has worked so hard for. Just like dusting something off your shoulder. anxious to finish things off there, Appleton. She did hard work. The off forehand had pushed Ronson firmly onto the back foot. She ran through the final forehand, though. Balance wasn't quite there.
Advantage, Appleton. Game. Appleton. First game.
Well, that is a big one
Second
to
set.
put the lid on for Emily Appleton. If Ronson had broken through at the beginning of that second set, things could have gone wrong very quickly. Obviously, Ronson just needing the one complete set to get firmly back in this, and then it would go to a match tiebreak. She's not looking at having to win 2 full sets to get back into this clash. But once again, Appleton regrouping in the few moments that she actually needed to. Love. Shame.
15-all.
Got herself into such a good position, Ronson, but on that drive volley, got to be perfectly lined up. The last couple of points, it's looked like a little bit of a tendency to rush for Ronson. The scoreboard pressure on her shoulders. Needs to take a leaf out of Appleton's book here and really stay in the moment. You're in serious danger now, Ronson. Early in the match, wasn't doing a tremendous amount wrong. Appleton was just up on top of everything, capitalizing. And now that the scoreboard pressure is there, Ronson potentially feeling it a little bit. great hands from Appleton. A great moment to bring it up as well.
Leads by 2 games to love.
Was so primed and ready to take on that second serve return. Down the line really deep. And was ready and in position for when the ball came back from Ronson, just lightly touching it to pick it up. There it is, she carries on from where she left off. Avoided the danger in the first game and swipes the break. A lot for Nadia Ronson to think about here. It's interesting that the demeanor and the focus for Appleton is so evident and easy to pick up on. She actually said that she started meditation in April to kind of calm herself down, to focus, to do it in the morning. She does it to feel fresh every day, she says. Focus is so important in tennis, just to be there mentally for every single point, because every point counts, whether or not it's to win a game. It applies pressure, or it puts you under pressure.
Love.
Just such good control and a great attacking mindset. Took that one above the height of her shoulder. Just applied the spin needed to redirect into the court.
Appleton.
Cleanly finished off.
Appleton leads by 3 games to love.
This is imperious stuff from Emily Appleton. Deja vu as she takes another 3-love lead. This time without the double break, but she's looking firmly in control all the same. Thriving on the format here at the UK Pro Series, Appleton. Admits that it is tough on the body, but the opportunity to have that match every day and to come back out even if you've lost and keep going, she and other players really appreciating that. It's an uncommon thing when you're out on the international circuit. If you lose, that's it, unless of course it's in qualifying and you happen to grab onto a lucky loser spot. This is just something that's completely different. It's such a unique opportunity. It's no time to dwell on the past, she says. You've just got to keep moving forward, and that's something that we're seeing from her here. Firmly closed the door on those losses to Burrage and Raducanu over the last couple of days. And she's focusing on the here and now. You can't change the past, but you can learn from it. And you can look at what you need to improve and go out and do that. And she's very set on doing so here on court 1. So essential that she holds on to this service game, Ronson. Things are quickly running out of control as they did yesterday, and it's hard when it feels like it's pulling away from you so quickly. Needs to take advantage of the fact that she's on serve here. It's played to the pace of the server. Obviously, you don't want to hang around too long and get a time violation, but she can afford to take her time a little bit between points, take a few deep breaths, think about the first serve and just getting it in the box. Nothing going her way. It's got to be frustrating for Ronson because so many times she's worked her way into the forecourt and just not been able to finish off. Almost like she's panicking a bit. She had time to do more with that forehand drive, but she sent it up the middle of the court. Sat in front of Appleton, and she took advantage. A little bit of relief as Appleton finally misses the baseline.
Net. First service.
Well, if she can convert either of these 2 points, Appleton, this could be over pretty quickly. She has come out looking stunning today on court 1. Oh yeah,
Appleton.
She'll take advantage of
New
every
ball
second
lead.
serve that comes
Appleton
her way.
leads by 4 games to love.
And she's not the kind of player, Appleton, that's going to win every point by firing a winner. But it's her steadiness and the level that she brings that she's able to maintain. It's been really, really solid out here. That previous loss to Ronson well and truly in the rearview mirror.
Service.
She's got to use her counter-punching powers as much as she possibly can here, Ronson. Just not let Appleton get into position, stretch her out, as she did very well there.
Love 30.
Well, it's not over till it's over. There's a little bit of a crack in the armor here. Commentator's curse, just as after I was complimenting how solid Appleton's been. But it can be difficult when you're this far out in front not to get complacent and not to think about winning and crossing that line. It feels so close. here we go then. Nadia Ronson looking to make a mini comeback. Oh, that is seriously good from Ronson to get one of the breaks back. Opening up the court with those great angles that she's capable of. Cleanly finishing into the open court. It's the forehand that did it. An ultimate shot, so important. Taking some of the pressure off, and here she is back in this set. Still down, still a breakdown. If she can consolidate here, there is the opportunity to get in Appleton's head a bit. She blinked there, Emily Appleton. She was in so much control.
Time.
I think that Ronson could sense the little lapse and the opportunity that came with it. This is what we were talking about in the first set. Can't afford to drop that concentration for a moment. Every point really does count. Here at the UK Pro Series, every set counts for that bit more. Still the opportunity to walk away with a point in your pocket, even if you don't win the match. 3 points for a straight sets win. 2 points for a win via a match tiebreak, and then 1 point if you do manage to get the set on the board. So still a lot for Ronson to play for out here.
Love. All.
Rallying hard, Ronson. Her consistent ground strokes weren't having a ton of effect in the first set, but Appleton was so mentally secure. And if she can just keep her playing now, there is the opportunity to expose any frustration that might be lurking. Gritty stuff. Tell from the reaction there, the belief isn't waning. whole UK Pro Series experience has been really great for Ronson. She's not used to competing against these kinds of players. She's been at university at Loughborough since 2017, so hasn't fully made the transition to the international circuit yet. This will give her valuable experience for when that time comes.
Game. Ronson.
And she does consolidate the break back.
Appleton leads by 4 games to 2.
Still looking at the deficit here, but it gives Emily Appleton something to think about. She could potentially taste victory at 4-love up. And now Ronson has stolen her momentum.
Love.
She would have been set on getting the win in 2 sets here as well, Appleton, because things are so close at the bottom of box B. Should she get the straight sets win here, she will leapfrog 3 of the players in her section to trail only Burrage and Raducanu.
30 love. Love. Game. Appleton.
So composed and so secure there, Appleton. Once again, she bounces back, and that's really impressive given the way that Ronson had snuck her way back into this second set. Didn't hold back from going for those lines at the back end. And here she is, 1 game away from securing the victory. All the pressure and the spotlight now back on Nadia Ronson after this change of ends. Much more tennis to come for you on court 1 today. As James Ward in a dominant position in his group up against Ryan Peniston after this one. And Ward and Peniston in 1st and 2nd place respectively in their box, so that will be a big clash. Peniston can get the straight sets win, he will jump to 1st place. Jodie Burrage versus Emma Raducanu needs no introduction. That is a popcorn clash, not to be missed. And Broady will be taking on Anton Matusevic. A lot of potential there as well for Naomi Broady. Takes on Freya Christie. He is continuing over on court 2, where it's been a lengthy first set between Arthur Ferry and Henry Patton. Patton marginally lower ranked, but it is he who comes out on top in the first set tiebreak. 51 minutes to complete that set. Ashes.
15.
Even though she does have the break advantage, Appleton, she'd love to break for it here and just stop Ronson getting her hopes up.
15 all. I think it was out. I didn't hear her call it, but I think it was out. 30-15.
Let's call that far sideline. But Ronson and the umpire both deeming that one wide.
T15.
Well reached on the wide serve by Appleton. That shorter return up the line, just giving Ronson a little bit less time to get underneath it, making it a difficult shot.
Wait, please.
Well, she does extend her stay in this contest, Ronson, and simultaneously leaves the possibility for something to happen open. But it is now on the racket of Emily Appleton, who will serve for a straight set. Some way to start. A few better times for the first serve. Settles herself into this.
Love.
Gives Ronson a taste of what it's like to chase down a short angle there. Previous ace was her 6th, Appleton. In contrast to 0 for her opponent. She's been making life difficult with good anticipation, Appleton, and by getting on top of those second serves. Oh, that's brilliant. Potentially her best shot of the match. Was put under pressure with the deep return from Ronson. It looked like she'd done enough to get herself in a position to finish. And Appleton finding the smallest gap up the line with the backhand as well over the high point of the net. Generates 3 match points. enough lift on the off forehand. Just the extra bit of topspin. 2 more chances then.
Game, set and match, Appleton.
There it is.
The 2 sets to love, 6-1, 6-3.
Straight sets win wrapped up, and the 3 points in the bag for Appleton. Quite significant as far as group standings go. She races up to 3rd place, just behind Jodie Burrage and Emma Raducanu. And she should be pleased with that performance. There were little blips in there where she just lacked concentration a touch, and Ronson had the chance to come back, but every time she reset, she got back to what was working. And all in all, it was an impressive and confidence-boosting victory for Emily Appleton, who won here last week and has carried some of that momentum into Classic Week. She's got quite used to doing things late in the day. It was only last week that she qualified for this finale of the series. And it is on the penultimate day of competition that she gets up so close to the top of her group. One final day of round robin action tomorrow. And play continues here on court 1 today with the next match, James Ward taking on Ryan Peniston. And it will be Naomi Cavaday to guide you through that encounter.
Well, thank you very much to Abigail Johnson for her work this morning. Couple of matches in the bag. Match number 3 here on court number 1. Myself, Naomi Cavaday, to take you through this one as Abby pops off and has her well-earned lunch break. Ryan Peniston against James Ward for you in this one. Day 4 of the UK Pro Series Masters week, the Classic week. James Ward a wild card in. Actually, this is the battle of the wild cards. Both of these players receiving a wild card. James had not played any of the weeks leading up to it, so this is his first taste of it, and he's been doing pretty good so far. Ryan Peniston did play a couple of weeks. Placed 3rd in week 5 and got a wild card in. These two players, 2 of the higher ranked players we've got here, so worthy of their spot in this final week. Of course, you could qualify by winning one of the weeks, the 5 weeks preceding this one. You could qualify by just accumulating enough points, or you could get a wild card like these two have. So conditions a little bit nicer today. It's still warm, it's still hot, and as we are just after 1:30, it's going to be getting hotter for a couple of hours yet. Pretty hot and sticky inside the courts. It's hot everywhere, really. Tough to get away from it. Match taking place in box B. 2 boxes, 6 players in each for the men. Top 2 of each box will go through to the semi-finals. The rest will continue on with their playoff places. 7 matches in 7 days. James Ward against Ryan Peniston, 2 in-form players. Interesting to see how this one works out. So let's take a little look at James Ward first up. 33 years old, current ranking of 273, but he has been in the top 100. We all remember what James Ward has been able to do. He has been in all of the Grand Slams off his own back, and as I say, qualifying there with his top 100 ranking. Part of the 2015 Davis Cup team, first win for Great Britain in 79 years. And boy, did he play a big part in that. We've seen some huge results for James Ward in those situations. Unfortunately, years since then have been very difficult for him with injury. The latest really has been the knee, which has been a real problem. It did require surgery, and heading into the surgery, it was not looking too promising. So we are just thrilled to have James Ward back competing at a high level, getting that ranking back up once again. And we'll see if he can stay injury-free for a significant amount of time, and the tour gets back underway. We'll see that ranking slash in half. So Ryan Peniston is his opponent today, 24 years old. Just inside the top 400 at the moment there, career high a little bit higher, but he's pretty much at his career high because he has been improving so well. 2019, quite an extraordinary year for him, moved from 675 to 366 through that year, so pretty much slashing his ranking in half. You can see he's a lefty, causes some problems for a lot of his opponents, and on top of that, he really does have fantastic movement around the court. Great wakering in Essex, so not too far away. Lots of highlights for him through 2019. Played in Wimbledon qualifying, won his first professional title. That was in Cancun in Mexico. And we do have a few college players or ex-college players here with us. He's a former Tiger from the University of Memphis. Mustafa Vantaseva in the chair, taking you through this one. My name's Naomi Cavaday, and I'll be calling this from the commentary box. So in box B, seeing how things are shaking out there. We're almost at the point where we can be predicting who's coming through. James Ward looking very good. He's topping the group at the moment with 8 points. He has 3 wins from 3. Did drop 1 set to Julian Cash, so he didn't get maximum points for it. But he does have the most out of the box. And then second is Ryan Peniston. So this is a battle between 1 and 2. He has 6 points, 2 wins, tight loss in the final set breaker. That was just yesterday against Arthur Ferry, losing that 10-8. Bit of a heartbreaker for him, so it'll be important to see how he responds. He's had some difficulties with the final set tie breaks. Thought he'd put it behind him when he got the really tight one coming through against Julian Cash there. It was 14-12 in that final set tie break. He'd lost 6 in a row before then, losing the one to Arthur Ferry from being up a mini break a couple of times. So that will have stung a little bit. Arthur Ferry, great prospects. Coming youngster, just 18 years old. Tough to call this match, have to say. Can make arguments for this one going either way. It's all going to be about the delivery, the execution. Confirmation of what we are seeing here. Third match of the day here on Court 1 at St George's Hill Lawn Tennis Club in Weybridge. So it'll be Peniston to kick things off. See some lefty swingers here. Ward getting a little bit of a look at the return, see if he can get used to things. Let's just take a little bit of an adjustment. Plenty of action still to come today and throughout the rest of the week. I'll keep you up to date with everything happening on court number 2 and the results so far in case you are just joining us. But here is Ryan Peniston to serve first.
Up. 15-all.
Peniston has been pretty busy since the domestic return to tennis. Quite a few weeks ago now. We've had a fantastic run, combination of the British Tours, the Pro Series here, the Brits Competition Progress Tour for the women. Peniston competing in both Battle of the Brits, singles. Lost 3 matches from 3 there, but he was taking on British #1 Dan Evans, top 30 player, pushed him all the way to a 3rd set tie break. The same story against Paul Jubb, lost that in the 3rd set tie break, and also Cam Norrie, another top 100 player, British #3, and Peniston losing that one again, 10-4 in the final set breaker. So he's been putting some really good tennis out on the court. Just hasn't been able to convert it into a W. Good pressure from Ward early on, just calmly moving the ball around from side to side and getting himself a couple of break-point opportunities in the first game. This would be an excellent start for Ward if he can get out of the blocks pretty quickly. Players calling their own lines this week. Umpire will step in to overrule if necessary, but it will only be off something that's pretty clear. To get involved if they think it is too close. Just go with the call that was given. Second battle of the Brits, Peniston played against Broady, Norrie, got a run out against Kyle Edmund for the first time, as well as Aidan McHugh. Once again, all 4 of those matches losing in a final set tiebreak. I've mentioned it's been a bit rough for him in between those tournaments, and since then he's won an awful lot of matches, so it's not all gone in one direction. But in terms of playing those players with the higher rankings than his, he has just been very, very close and just not quite converted. Super width of 2 in a row. Slightly different game styles. Of course, we've got the lefty versus the righty. Ward, we know so much about his timing of the ball. It just looks so effortless. When Ward is playing really well, tennis just looks so easy. Anyone could do it. A lot more intensity that comes from the end of Ryan Peniston, a little bit more muscle. You can see they're running around to take that forehand from backhand side. We'll see a fair few of those shots, but that one's spraying wide, so again facing down a break point. He knew that one had just drifted a little as soon as he struck it. A little hesitant to recover. So I said there wasn't going to be much between these two, and already he's struggling to come through his opening service game.
Advantage, Peniston.
That's the timing I was talking about. Can just redirect the pace so effortlessly. Contact points are in front. Just seems almost impossible to knock them back. It's also a little deceptive with the movement again, because you can't really feel the effort and intensity with the movement from Ward. It's easy to think he doesn't move quickly, but he's rapid once he gets those legs turning over.
First serve. Advantage, Peniston.
The men's match we've got on at the moment on court number 2 is between Arthur Ferry and Henry Patton. And that is in this box. It's in box B. And Arthur Ferry is actually sitting in 3rd place, just behind Ryan Peniston, only a point behind. So things could all change today, depending on how these results go. And Ferry will have to do a little bit of work, though, because he dropped the opening set 7-6 on a tie break. It's 3-all in the second.
Game. Peniston, first game.
So Peniston managing to wrestle his way through that game. So we'll keep an eye on how that one progresses, because it will be affecting the group standings. The other 2 players in this box are Luke Johnson and Julian Cash. All to play for all players, absolutely, with every set counting towards your total points and your final position in your box, and then we'll go to the playoffs, which will start on Saturday. If you finish in the top 2, you'll make your way through to the semis. James Ward about to open up on his first service game.
James Ward to serve.
Early return. You can see how Peniston skipped through the back of that one. Something that I really enjoy watching him do. He doesn't have to inject lots of pace and really rip the shot, because he's moving through it, and that gets him some depth and penetration. And then he can just use his hands to get the control and direction. It's good if you can split it that way. Let your body do some of the work in getting the power and depth, and then the hand and arm racket and get the control.
Next, good serve.
Gone long. Good pressure from Peniston. Starting off sharp here. James Ward had a great start to the year, reaching the final of the Challenger in France. Getting lots of back-to-back matches, won 5 in the final.
15-30.
Really important for him, and that really did take a chunk off his ranking, which was very positive. Still determined to come to his best. Played a few more challenges after that. A couple of wins along the way before the enforced break, and pretty much 3.5 months off. Most players.
30-all.
He hasn't been one of those players who's been absolutely maxing out since the domestic tournaments have resumed. He did play in the first Battle of the Brits, the singles event, played 4 matches there. comfortable win against Liam Broady. Actually had quite a unique experience when he had Andy Murray on the court next to him in his final match. Quite. Can see what he's trying to do. It's pretty tough from that position though. So Peniston with a break point opportunity here. He had Andy Murray on the bench, acting as his coach for his final match, the third and fourth playoff. It's the first shot we've seen really get away from Peniston, using that control with the hand. And then for Ward, it's been about 6 weeks between that event and seeing him here. So it's not necessarily one of the players I would be saying is completely match tight, but he has managed to win all of his matches. Coming here, guaranteed 7 matches in 7 days. Just guiding that one away again, just being so aggressive with the movement. He knows it's a strength of his. He's got really good technique on the shot, so he can take the ball early and it doesn't really hurt or damage the shot that he's trying to play. Very restrained with it, didn't overhit it.
Advantage, Ward. Okay, Ward. 1 game old.
So both players have faced down break points in the early stages, showing that they can get involved and it's not all going to go the server's way. But we've had 2 holds, level at 1-1. A little bit lucky on the final shot, but if it was going over, looked like it was going to go away as Ward had guessed the wrong way there. Quality point all round. Ward maybe a little bit frustrated. That serve went right in the slot on the forehand. I'd like to pull that a little more cross court, do a bit more damage.
Taking
Taking the turn early, right up on the baseline.
$30.50.
More like it.
40-15.
See, there's still a little bit of cut on that serve down the tee. Peniston just gives him a little bit more margin on it. And if he's really swinging the lefty serve out wide, then it doesn't matter so much. You'll have people fooled. Full of confidence on that one. And the first comfortable hold we've had so far. Peniston 2-1. Run through the schedule for today. So much action in some of these matches. Absolutely cracking matchups. We already had a fabulous match first up between Alistair Gray and Dan Cox. And how about that? I think all of the players are well aware that to beat Gray, you've got to be playing well. Exactly what Dan Cox did. Let's just watch the women's match. It was a little more one-sided. Emily Appleton taking out Nadia Ronson. And following this match, as we're alternating through the day, we'll have another women's match. Jodie Burrage against Emma Raducanu. That one much anticipated. Both of those players playing well. Both keen on taking the title, the Champion of Champions this week in the trophy home. After that, we got Liam Broady against Anton Matusovic. Can't wait for that one. And then another Broady, Naomi, will be on against Freya Christie, who is also finding some fabulous form here. And that will round out the day here on court number 1.
Love.
Good injection of pace there, Peniston. It's a tough volley to pick up, Ward making it look easy. Fairly quick courts, indoors of course, so no wind to fight through. Ball is moving, it's slightly contradicted with a heavier sort of ball, playing with it a Slazenger. We've got sort of lively conditions in courts, but a slightly heavier ball, so just kind of evens itself out. Ward continuing the pressure, moving forwards.
Peniston
showing the time he's got on the backhand. And so much about what he does with the body, just cutting that off, moving forwards through it, moving on that V.
Okay, both 2 games old.
So 2 tricky service games followed by 2 comfortable ones. Level at 2-all. No real signs as to who might be playing the better tennis today. It's all going to be about how this match pans out. Both of these players pretty calm when they're on the court. Don't get any major outbursts. Need to get on with business. We had 2 opportunities to be aggressive there. Peniston back-to-back, those final 2 shots. First one was a little passive, second one an error. Quite typical of lefties when down in the service game to go to the swinger. That one wasn't particularly short, just that was right in the corner of the box. So it did travel through, we were just unable to find a return. Said I'd keep you updated on court 2. They're in a final set breaker there. Arthur Ferry. Bring you the result when we have it. Bit of balance there, Ward, through that final shot. He was in a tough spot, pushed far back.
$40-30. Okay, Peniston leads.
Coming through that service game nicely, good variation there. This time being up in the point and picking the tee serve on the ad side, on serve at 3-2.
Time. low 15.
Might be able to make out just in the background the noise of the rain. Boy, it is chucking it down outside. Really heavy showers, possible thunderstorms. We had some thunder and lightning yesterday. Oh, Ward getting just caught out a little bit. Back behind with the approach shot. Peniston was waiting. Nicely balanced to play a dipping shot down to the feet.
Not sure. Down 14.
Not trouble for Ward here. He's looking pretty comfortable on serve. Just a couple of errors in this game, whether it was the decision making or a double fault. 3 cracks at the break for Peniston. Big over rotation before he hit that one, just losing the timing of the jump through the back of the ball, releasing that left hip a bit too early. All saving these break points quickly. 2 down, 1 to go. That's how you come back from love 40. Fabulous serving from Ward. Peniston maybe thinking about that return, second serve return that he dumped in the net. This is opportunity. Get a look in on the next 2. And they just keep rolling. 3 aces in a row for James Ward. Looks like they might survive that mini scare. They just found the sideline.
3 games old.
He will be very pleased to come out of a game like that. Peniston was threatening once again. It's a second service game Ward has had to fight off break points. As it stands, we've had 6 holds, so we're at 3-all. Through the rest of the order of play here on court 1. Court 2, had 2 matches down as well. Say I would bring you an update of that result. It was in a final set tiebreak between Arthur Ferry and Henry Patton. It was Ferry who came through in the end, closing that breaker out. Just warming up now. Women's match, Harriet Dart against Eden Silver. Dart undefeated so far, hasn't dropped a set. After that, we will have Billy Harris against Mark Whitehouse. Beth Gray against Elise Maloney, and then to round off things at the end of the day will be Luke Johnson against Julian Cash. frustrated, that one just dropping in at the last second. Looked like it was sailing long all the way.
Thirty 15. Forty 15.
That forehand getting away from Ward. Peniston coming through another comfortable game. So it doesn't really feel like the energy's leaning either way in this match. Serve. Just having a little look at box A. That is going on at the top of that box. Liam Broady and Anton Matusevic. Well, they are joint second at the moment because Dan Cox has already been out and he's already played and got another win on the board. So he is looking very good. Last week's winner, Dan Cox. He is topping box A at the moment after that win over Alistair Gray. Gray actually currently in second, but after today, either Broady or Matusevic will overtake Gray. In a couple of matches' time here on court number 1. Looking forward to bringing you that one. Just starting to get to the meaty end of set number 1 here, though, between Peniston and Ward. Neither one has really blinked. They've been up against it. Seen lots of good tennis, maybe a couple of points here and there where it's they've been looking for, but on the whole, all looking fairly positive for both of these players. I'm sure it's the same for both of them. They would dearly love to get a little bit of a breakthrough. They've both been threatening. Peniston threatening in the previous Ward service game. Up love 40, 3 opportunities to break. See what he can do here. Some balls. Not new balls, not time for that yet, so I wonder if they were just missing one, needed to find one of a similar quality. New balls at 11 and 13 this event. could understand the drop shot. Peniston very far behind the baseline, so would have had a long way to track it down, but it's not really working for Ward right now. He's missed a couple of them. Not put his judgment in. He's looking to make another push here. But as in the previous game, it was a strong serving for Ward that dug him out of that one. Just beaten for pace on that one, Peniston. He was in a good position. It was a little in the slot, but it was zipping through. As I mentioned, reasonably quick indoor courts here. Time between first and second, and Ward not looking entirely comfortable on the serve. And the double fault comes. Might not be that costly, still only 30 all. Peniston in this game once again. Keeping things simple, but you see the footwork, the level of adjustment moving up to that volley, just making sure he was in the best possible position to get that one away. Lots of little steps. That one could have done with a couple of more steps around the ball, not in the right position. Some cracks starting to show for Ward, and starting to feel this energy, the pressure pile up on the Ward service games a little more than the Peniston ones. Does that mean he'll get the breakthrough? Opportunity, took it early, was going for the right sort of shot, just missed it. Exactly what he was looking for though, couldn't really have asked for more there. Juice on the Ward service game, right into the forehand side. Found it this time. But that is two serves in a row, fairly slow, just right into the forehand slot there from Ward. He's lucky he only got punished on one of them. An awful lot easier when that first serve gets popping. finding the back edge. She's got a little trouble. You have really good quality fairly consistently through the beginning of this set. Particularly the Ward game, just slightly interrupted by these errors. Doesn't seem best pleased about it. It's one thing to do it on the return games, but in your own service game, keep putting yourself under this amount of pressure. Not ideal. Again, another second serve to really have a look at for Peniston, in a good position. Goes away, and Peniston's got to be thinking that he had plenty of opportunities in that game to maybe start making a charge, but Ward just reeling him back in. A couple of good first serves when he needed it. And level at 4-all. Forward from Peniston once again, covering quite a wide passing shot attempt from Ward. After a difficult service game for Ward to hold, Peniston not having so much trouble. Yeah, good hold from Peniston. Real quality from the back of the court. Looking really nice out there. Pretty confident. Hasn't been able to quite get the breakthrough and stretch out, but putting pressure on almost all of the James Ward service games. So he's a game away from taking this first set, but it is still on serve. 5-4. Dartney and Silver underway over on court 2. Just two courts in action here. 2 indoor courts. I know it was hot earlier in the week. People saying, why can't they play outside? Well, it's been chucking down with rain all day, and it's scheduled to do that for the rest of the week pretty much here in Weybridge. So good thing we've got the indoor courts, no interruption of play. We can keep things rolling.
Time. No 15.
Once again, first point going the way of Peniston. Just a little bit of pressure for Ward to stare down. It's been the first serve really that has done it for him on most occasions.
Love 30.
Peniston has been threatening.
Next question. Love 40.
Well, love 40 for the second time on the Ward service game. I think there's only been one that he has come through without being down. Is this the time for Peniston to get that breakthrough?
Thirty, 15, 14.
Of course, the first serve.
First serve.
Well to get himself into the rally there, Peniston. Good play from Ward, keeping calm, just edging himself up the court, side to side.
Deuce.
So for the second time love 40 to deuce. So many breakpoint opportunities for Peniston through this set. Just cannot find it.
Advantage.
It's more like it. Again, just getting up the court and dictating. Keeps getting opportunities, so we'll really try and go for one of these. Ward has been playing brilliantly under pressure and serving exceptionally well. That will seal it. Really nicely done, getting himself up the court. It'd been threatening for a long time from Peniston. I think he feels like that was well earned. Really kept his foot on the gas in his own service games. Piling on the pressure. Finally able to get the breakthrough. And he takes the opening set, 6-4. So a strong set for Ryan Peniston, looking really good. He's been moving up the court well. It's no surprise on those last couple of points where he managed to get the break. He was up inside the baseline. That's what's been doing a lot of the damage. So good work from Ryan. I know he's been playing some really good tennis of late. And showing there. So he's up a set against James Ward, and I'm sure he would be looking to get this done in 2 sets. Of course, everybody is, but he has been struggling a little bit in those final set breakers, so if he can get out of this match without having to go into one, he will be very pleased.
Time. Second set.
So Peniston looking to get his nose out in front early. Hold his opening service game here. Hasn't been too threatened so far. First game of the second set.
15 now. It up.
Ryan Peniston's got 6 points on the board coming into today's match. Having that set, that gives him a 7th. James Ward coming in at 8. He's 12th in the group so far. Arthur Ferry just getting the win next door moments ago. He was not far behind coming into today, so real battle between these three as to who goes through. Of course, players still a chance to make a late surge, but they are the three out in front in box 3, in box B even. Going big there.
40-15.
Change of shirt for James Ward, understandable. Still is sticky, even though he's definitely cooled down a fair whack. It's still pretty challenging conditions. Definitely not ideal. Those that competed in Battle of the Brits, the team event, like Ryan Peniston did, experienced some strong heat out there. And, James Ward unable to compete as he was over stateside, playing in some heat out there. World team tennis.
Peniston, knee balls, please. First game, second set.
Hold for Peniston. Seen quite a few of those. Ward just not really getting a read on the serve at the moment, just struggling on the return. Wants to make sure keeps that first serve percentage going, because it's been good when he's been getting the first serve in. Just given Peniston a few too many looks at the second, so he has had to face a lot of break points through that first set before eventually the breakthrough came. James Ward so far seemingly unfazed. Unflappable sort of player. When Andy Murray was on his bench at the first Battle of the Brits before he headed stateside, talking about really giving everything, just upping the intensity. But it's not necessarily the way that James Ward plays, and saying that Andy Murray was wrong by any means. He was absolutely right in that match. Beautiful backhand. But in terms of the difference in intensity levels between somebody like a Murray and someone like a Ward, it is different ends of the scale. First serve's just been looking great through this match. There you go, 3 in a row. Seen that a few times from Ward. There we go, a smoother game for James Ward, exactly what he would be looking for. Might be down a set, but of course the final set is the champion's breaker. It was only the one break in the first, and probably Ward will be taking a few positives from the fact that it did take Peniston so many opportunities to get over the line, because he was serving well in trouble, and a couple of second serve returns got the miss from Peniston. both of these players receiving wildcards into this final week here for the series. Two very highly ranked players. So that is really what earned their spot, earned the wild card.
30 love.
Peniston looking for some quick points of his own.
$30-15.
Second set that James Ward has dropped through this week. One was to Julian Cash. It was a very tight match indeed, just managing to sneak through the champions breakup. Call of deep from Peniston there. Hit it fairly cleanly and found the baseline, but not that time. Firing off a couple of holds. Nice and easy for both players. Good serving. A great first ball to back it up with. Keeping the nose in front, up 2-1. The action you can hear from court number 2, Harriet Dart and Eden Silver. Still early stages there, 2-all in the first set. Some more women's matches to come for you. Jodie Burrage taking on Emma Raducanu. Beth Gray against Elise Maloney, and Naomi Broady against Freya Christie. Already 2 results with Emily Appleton beating Nadia Ronson, and Sonia Kartal coming through against Emily Arbuthnot. So we've had plenty of exhibitions and domestic events on in recent times. Since the lockdown, the UK really has done a fantastic job of getting lots of events on. Players have had the choice, multiple events on each week. UK Pro Series playing a huge part in that, and many players choosing to play here. A total of 60 players playing across the 5 weeks coming into this week. And exhibitions around the world as well. Plenty going on in the States, where James Ward was for a while. Lots of positivity around those events kicking off. WTA Tour is back in action as well. Seems to have all been going fairly smoothly with the new restrictions, showing how it can be done. There was a tournament completed last week in Italy, 2 more on this week, one in Lexington, one in Prague, before all of these players stateside to New York for the Cincinnati event, the Western and Southern Open. That'll be the first one up for the men, the 4th tournament on the schedule for the women, but playing at the same time before the US Open starts on the same site in New York. After that, plans are for a very small European clay court swing, but managing to squeeze it in. Just one tournament in Rome before heading to Paris for the French Open. And after those events, really, we don't know what is going to happen at the moment. So talk about those events. There was supposed to be a good swing in Asia, but a lot of that shut down. Pretty much all of it shut down for the women, as China and Japan cancelling their events.
Good. 2 games old.
So an easy hold for James Ward. Starting to get into good rhythm using that first serve. He had it in the first set when he was down, and now he's just kicking off his games with it. So making life an awful lot easier. And that really is about all the certainty we've got when it comes to the international events kicking off again. That is the very top end of the tour. The next level down, where Peniston would like to play, and James Ward too, the challengers. There are a few on the schedule, but not a huge amount to pick from at the moment. So fingers crossed, get some more on before the end of the year. Especially because if you've been following these Brits as they've been playing over the past few weeks, you will know the Brits are ready. These tournaments have whipped them into shape. We've got good depth, really fantastic competition, played so many matches. As soon as those tournaments start, our players really should be at some sort of advantage. Nice lefty swinger there. Tough for Ward to know what to do if he can't get the 2 hands on the strike. Looks like everything rolling with serve in this set.
Okay, Peniston leads 3 games to 2.
Are both looking completely unflustered on serve. No real looks for the returner. Midway through the second set now. Peniston up 3-2. Casually plucked away there by Ward off the back foot. No real injection of pace, just so precise. Nicely done. We've seen quite a few of those second serves just into the slot for the lefty forehand for Ward. He's really been trying to get it to the backhand much at all. Peniston, he's found joy on a couple of them. That one was a great one. To get the drop shot going. That one pretty good, did set up the court well, but himself a little tangled up there for the final pass. Peniston showing off some of his speed around the court.
30 all.
Peniston trying to take that one on again, and you can understand why, but Ward with a lot more juice behind that second serve, more kick, much more racket head speed. Just made it much more difficult for Peniston to time that. The same thing once again. When it works, it's devastating. He's almost guaranteed to win the point. Caught that one right. Again, Ward trying to get that extra bit of kick, and it was a difficult slot for Peniston to find the contact up around head height, but pulling across it nicely.
Next first serve.
Couldn't quite bring it down enough. Broad relieved to come through that game. Pressure again on his serve. Get the hold as long as it doesn't affect the scoreboard. We'll be pretty happy with it. Can't afford to go a breakdown in this set. Too much there. Peniston trying to take it early and inject a lot of pace. Just multiplies the risk factor.
13 all.
Good success when getting up inside the court. Peniston moving forward is so good at. Sense a little frustration from Ward, as I mentioned earlier, not going to get a big outburst from him. And he feels like the level required to start stretching away is just within reach, and he's getting a little frustrated. He's trying to find it. Well, that's nicely done.
30 all.
Bit of shape on that one as well, just to make sure, but Peniston nowhere near it.
Forty, 30. Super angle from Ward there. He was nowhere on the court, deep and wide. Just using that flat backhand where he's just got such good timing. Going low over the net and cutting across for an acute angle. Advantage, Peniston.
A couple of miss-hit returns off the forehand side on the juice for Ward. He's not quite able to get himself a break point here. He was trying for it again. Net nearly helped him out. Again, strong serving, the lefty swinger getting the job done for Ryan Peniston, and he's up 4-3. Over on court number 2, Harriet Dart managed to get a break over Eden Silver. She's up 5-3 in the first set. Next match, maybe there will be a men's one. Billy Harris against Mark Whitehouse. It's so good for these players to be able to play in these sorts of events, giving them a focus, some structure to their training, opportunity to earn some money for before they get back out on the road. He's going to need to travel to get to the next tournaments. James Ward will be looking at some challenges, seeing where he can get to. Did reach the final of a challenger at the beginning of this year, so he's looking in fairly good form, so he'll be keen to get back to those tournaments and start ranking up to the top 200 once again. Similar situation for Peniston.
just that he hasn't been in it before. He's pretty much near his career high. Dealt with the futures in the ITF circuit pretty nicely. Now looking to make a move and some inroads on the Challenger circuit.
Up. It up. It up.
Went for a big cut, did Peniston there. Good solid service game from Ward. On the whole in this set, definitely coming through those service games a little bit more comfortably. So let's see if he can put some pressure on the Peniston serve now. Oh boy, that is a close-up. Pretty sweaty in there. Way to start from Peniston. Yeah, I think Ward is struggling a little bit just to pick the serves. Has been varying them really well. Pulling up off the back of that backhand, Ward, just lifting the head and shoulders and therefore lifting the ball out the back of the court. Oh, super serving. Even better than the first point. Swinger down the tee. Ward just getting a look in here. Peniston slamming the door shut. Pretty good way to come through the game. Maximising the leftiness is Peniston. Does not look too flustered on his own serve. So just a game away now, but still on serve.
So Broady will be out to serve down 5-4. It's a good view of the indoor courts.
Thank
You
you.
can see. Added onto the club here
Thank you.
some years ago. Fabulous site this is. So many outdoor courts, lots of grass courts as well. They've been busy all week in the heat. Everybody wanting to get out on the grass. There's a pool, spa. Really is a fabulous facility.
Time.
First set is complete over on court 2. Dart taking it 6-3. Even Silver, some work to do there to turn things around.
Love.
Taken that very well. First serves setting him up nicely in this game. Real reaction after this point. Just on to the next. Just wasn't quite expecting so much pace. We've seen a couple of the forehands really get loosened off from Peniston. I'd love to see a bit more of that, especially on these quicker courts when it's in that strike zone. It's been really effective, and they're picking a huge target, just going down the middle. And really knocked Ward off balance. Couple in a row now for Peniston. Forehand has been firing nicely through this second set. Just as he starts getting some ideas about making a push for a break. The first serve comes down. It's too good from Ward. Solid play from Ward. Just looked like he was never going to miss. Working side to side nicely. Contact points looking good. Just didn't look under much pressure through that point. Like you could do it all day. So he comes through that game. So will he be able to make a bit of a challenge on the Peniston service game? It's been difficult for him. quite pull it in. Nice little sneak from Peniston. Saw Ward in trouble in the corner. Move forward. Job done in one shot.
$30.15.
Good effort from Ward, looking for the line pass. Peniston wise to it.
$30. Okay.
Oh, super serve.
Stanley, 6 games to 5.
All the swing about it, really maximising, taking lots of pace off just so you get it nice and short. You almost couldn't believe it. Still on serve though, the server looking fairly safe as this second set has progressed. Strong performance for Peniston against a more experienced player. Not ranked that much higher, James Ward, but just more experience, having been in the top 100, of course. For Peniston, we've seen a lot of this from him over the recent weeks, really pushing the top guys, all of the Brits that are ranked above him he was getting stuck into. So promising signs that his ranking will continue to improve once things resume and he can get back out on the road. But can he just start turning those good performances into wins? Doesn't have too much trouble when it's been against the lower ranked players. You can see that the game is there. Now the execution at the crucial moments, and up a set and 6-5 here. Pretty much all crucial moments moving forward. Just missed it. First volley just not quite doing enough, sat up a little bit for Ward to have another crack at him. It was a pretty tough dig on the back to try and find something there.
It up. It up. $14.50. $14.30. Okay, board. 6 games old, tie break. 1 all. Two, 1, wall. Two all. Two, Peniston.
Apologies for not being around for the last few minutes or so. Technical difficulties here. Thunderstorms lurking around. It's 4-2 in this breakup. Seeing some real quality stuff from both of these players here, particularly the serving. It's been outstanding. Good moves to the net as well, particularly from Peniston. Peniston up 4-3 here.
Five, 3.
Serve doing most of the work on that occasion. Difficult for Broady to find a way through. Peniston coming forward. So closing in now, Ryan Peniston. It's been an excellent performance so far. Not quite out of the woods yet. 2 points away. Error. Ryan Peniston will have his first match point.
Serve.
First serve comes to the rescue.
Peniston.
Again, 2 unreturnables in a row to put the pressure on Peniston. He really has served well, James Ward, when he's been under pressure. Down in his service games, down in the match, but this time it's on Peniston's serve. Can you believe it? A double fault. We have not seen many of those from Peniston. Match point up 6-5. Talked about how he has pushed these players all the way, and it has been the crucial moments where he has come a cropper. And could that be the turning point? Could that be? Just a little look and a question from Peniston. It was awfully close, that final shot. that one does not find its way over. So it's a match point on the James Ward serve that Peniston is able to convert, and he will be very pleased indeed to get this match done in 2 sets. An excellent performance from Peniston, really, it has to be said. Fantastic serving. He was moving up the court so effortlessly, something he does so well. And he relentlessly put pressure on the James Ward serve. And he did, in the end, get the breakthrough in the first set. And just got his nose in front in that tie-break and didn't let go. He thought that double fault at 6-5 might be costly. I thought it was going to be. But regrouped, reset brilliantly well to win the next couple of points. And he goes through. He takes the win in straight sets. Third match of the day completed here on court 1. Next up will be a women's match. Jodie Burrage against Emma Raducanu. Tough to call that one. This encounter really was a tight match. You can see there plenty of aces all round. Really was an outstanding performance when it comes to the first serve for both players. That is for sure. Breakpoint opportunities down the bottom there. That's a little bit wrong. There were some for Ward and there were many more than 4 for Ryan Peniston. An awful lot of opportunities to break. Up love 40 a number of occasions, but it was the good serving of Ward that just reeled him back in, so he was forced to come through in a tie break, but he managed it, just squeezing through that breaker. Well, I mentioned the next match of the day will be Jodie Burrage against Emma Raducanu. And it will be Abigail Johnson to take you through that.
4 of Classic Week at the UK Pro Series continues with a contest that is not to be missed. Jodie Burrage and Emma Raducanu are two of the brightest rising stars of British tennis, and they're also tied at the top of their group here at Classic Week, 9 points each. Something has to give. Abigail Johnson here to take you through their 5th meeting and 3rd in 2 weeks. This is one we've really been looking forward to today. It's been a busy day on court 1. It's the 4th match of the day. Burrage v Raducanu. 21-year-old Burrage taking on her 17-year-old opponent, both of them on the rise. Lockdown came at a bad time, but they've been making the most of the opportunities offered up in the meantime. Jodie Burrage here on your screen. Current world number 287 with a career high of 233. We've been watching her deliver some impressive results over the past 2 or 3 days. Back to full physical fitness. She's had her fair share of injuries early on in her career. It was a 3rd ankle operation for her last year. Set her back and kept her out of the grass court season. But she's since been raising her profile with recent brilliant showings at Battle of the Brits Team Tennis, where she did take on Emma Raducanu twice. We'll come to that very shortly. Here so far, she's had comprehensive victories, all of them in straight sets, although there have been some tight patches. 6-1, 6-2 first up over Elise Maloney. And then she faced Emily Appleton, last week's winner, who's in some great form. It was 6-4, 6-4 for Burrage. Demonstrated her mental resolve to come through, and then Beth Gray bit the dust at her hands, 6-3, 6-3. So coming through so far without dropping a set, Jodie Burrage, and also surrendering as few games as possible within those sets. Emma Raducanu can relate. She's here at the Pro Series for the first time, courtesy of a wild card. Qualified for Classic Week either by winning one of the previous weeks of events, Burrage actually won the opening week, or by accumulating enough points to qualify, or you get a wild card, as Raducanu has. And she's made full use of it so far. She has dropped only, I think, 10 games across 3 matches coming into this one. She beat Nadia Ronson 6-2, 6-3 first off, and it's only seemed to get easier since then. Elise Maloney fell to her 6-love, 6-2 on day 2.
Round robin match will consist of 2 tie-break sets, and if required at 1 set all, a 10-point match tie-break. To the left
Emily
of the chair,
Appleton was a victim
Emma Raducanu.
yesterday.
To the right of the
6-3,
chair,
6-love.
Broady Burrage. Burrage won the toss and elected to receive.
So Goldman back in the chair for her 3rd match of the day. She's keeping busy. Burrage electing to receive. It's a choice that we've seen a fair bit over the course of this week. To catch the opponent cold in the opening game and develop an early lead. Both of these two players unlikely to start slow. Serious form into this clash. Connie was in a little hole at the beginning of her last match against Appleton. She was down 3-1, but reeled off 11 straight games to come away with the victory. It's not a wonder that she's on everyone's radars. The showings at Battle of the Brits Team Tennis only helped that. The nation becoming more familiar with her. She's got great focus, great demeanor on the court. Couple that with her scorching ground strokes, and you've got first-class potential on your hands. Burrage as well hits a really big ball, and we're going to see a power fest, I think, today on court 1. Be interesting to see how these two deal with that on these pacing conditions.
End of warm-up.
Head-to-head, 2-2 between these two. They first faced off last year in the semi-finals at the ITF event in Bolton. Burrage won that one, but it was a fight. She came back from a set down. She was carrying a bit of an injury at that point as well. So it took a lot of grit that I didn't actually know that I had. She's been tested in this rivalry from the first meeting. Raducanu edged out in front for the first time with wins in the LTA British Tour final a few weeks ago. Contrasting conditions to this one, really windy day. Raducanu picked up the match tiebreak win there and clinched their first meeting at Battle of the Brits in straight sets, 7-5, 6-3. Burrage rebounded to level things up with a 10-7 in the match tiebreak victory at the back end of that week. So playing here for the lead in the group and the lead in the head-to-head. There's a lot on the line. It's Raducanu to get us underway.
First set, Emma Raducanu to serve. Ready? Love.
What we're going to see a lot of in this match is both players trying to get on top of things early days. Both of them very proactive, very attacking minded, and will seize every opportunity to get on the front foot.
Love.
Return from both players as a result is going to be very interesting. Both of them have a decent serve and they want to try and get on top early behind the return, but not put too much on it so that they end up overhitting and handing over cheap points.
30-15.
Of the 4 meetings to date, 3 of them so recently. The only one that actually came on indoor hard courts was that Bolton clash last April. These would be the fastest conditions that they've played in so far. Got an alarm going off there. Jodie Burrage looking a bit bemused. Can't exactly play through it. I'm not sure what the alarm is for. Can't hear it from where we're positioned in the commentary box. There is the fire alarm. So I think we're going to have to pause this one for now.
30-15.
Well, here we go. Brief interruption with the fire alarm there, but we're back and ready to resume. Raducanu gets straight back to business. Her mentality, Raducanu, is part of what makes her so impressive, yes.
Game. Raducanu. First game.
An interesting little bit of drama at the beginning of this one. Raducanu does get the opening hold on the board. Not a surprise that the players weren't eager to leave the court. Tennis is so mental, you don't want your focus blown. You just want to concentrate on what's in front of you. You never know whether it's a drill either, but were taken safely off while it was necessary.
Jodie Burrage to serve.
There is going to be that pressure to go for the little bit more on the second serve just to stop Raducanu attacking.
15-all.
So well done by Raducanu.
15-13.
Ray Stepan, it was a questionable decision to go with the cross-court forehand at the net, which went straight back to Burrage, but so importantly, she was ready for that ball to come back. She held her position, great hands to get the angle on the volley. Just thinking ahead.
Net.
Due to the attacking and aggressive nature of both these players, there are going to be misses in with the hits. They don't give themselves much margin for error, and it might come down to who can better mentally handle those moments. Good second serve.
That's your first serve.
Great athleticism on display there from Raducanu. Fierce ground strokes coming from the Burrage backhand. It's a money shot. It's so efficient and so brutal, but Raducanu with great movement at the base. And the ball did come long off the Burrage forehand, which means an early chance for Raducanu to get a breakthrough. That's the way to save it.
Juice.
It's going to take so much commitment from these two today. Might have felt like wanting to hold back a bit, go a bit more conservative and wait for the error to come from Raducanu Burrage, but she made herself commit to the approach, played it on her own racket.
Advantage, Raducanu.
Great example there on the forehand wing of the firepower that Raducanu can generate, really aided by these indoor conditions. It's a fast court that they're playing on. It's a second opportunity to get the early advantage.
Juice.
Well, didn't hold back there, Burrage kissing the edge of the box. Set it up with the first backhand.
Advantage, Burrage.
Good instincts there from Raducanu to even turn back and get a racket on it. But she had been outsmarted there by Jodie Burrage. Good from her to commit to the finishing blow.
Game. Burrage.
Came in big.
1 game all.
An efficient couple of points to wrap up her first hold, Burrage. Be great to have that in the bag. Don't want to give Raducanu an advantage. She'll roll with it. That backhand looking good. The first 3 shots of any rally, so important, but particularly for these two, with the way they like to take the point under their own control.
Love 15.
Little bit of luck. Not the first time we've seen it and won't be the last. She left the back of that ball and the top spin just bounces it over. Raducanu trying to surprise there, but it wasn't the right moment. It was a good serve. Burrage's return came short. And naturally, Raducanu would rip into that ball, but I think she's just trying to be a little bit unpredictable and unexpected there. Burrage, though, too close to the baseline. It was a quick sprint up to put that one away. That's how she responds, though. Polishing up the way she'll wish she had done in the previous point, but she quickly slams the door, and that's her focus coming to the fore. It doesn't really matter if it's predictable as long as it's effective. Using that wide serve really well in the early days, Raducanu. And when she's got that short ball, it's on a racket, straightforward just to punch it away. It's going to overcomplicate things here. Oh, fantastic court coverage from Emma Raducanu. Look at that baseline. On the run into that shot. She just...
Juice. Advantage, Burrage.
Well, Raducanu maybe just feeling a bit of pressure there on the 1-2 previously that she missed. Burrage covering the baseline, minimizing options, and then the double fault. Felt the need to inject a little bit extra onto that second serve. In some trouble now. And that's the way to deal with it. Both of them have the weapon of that big first serve, and that's why it's so important just to concentrate on that one shot and getting it in as precise as possible. Don't think too far ahead. Raducanu unfortunate there though, so well anticipated by Burrage on the wide serve. And came in deep.
Juice.
Burrage just taking a moment here. Of these two, she is the more likely to show her emotions, display frustration. She's very open about it, about how she's struggled in times past with getting down on herself so quickly. She knows she's trying to conceal those feelings here. Don't give Raducanu anything to feed off.
Advantage, Raducanu. Raducanu.
Now the pressure Raducanu has been putting on Burrage herself with her own court coverage potentially paying off there. Burrage with the ball on her backhand wing, her favoured side. And instead of opting for the open court, she went for the cross court where there was less margin for error. She does overhit, and Raducanu sits down at the changeover with her nose out in front, having come through a few precarious moments there, a couple of tight service games, one each. Pressure on early. This is a really unpredictable contest, both of them in fine form as their current standings in the group show. Neither of them have dropped a set, and it's been back and forth in their recent meetings. Burrage yet to record a win over Raducanu in straight sets. It's been a tough matchup for her.
Love.
It's lethal when it struck that flat, the backhand. All in the timing for Burrage there to generate the angle. Raducanu, though, is a player that won't be afraid of going up against it. She backs herself and her own firepower. Will be able to hang with it and work the point into the favour.
13-15.
Forehand side. Fakes Raducanu out a little bit there, Burrage. Took some of the pace off the forehand, just focused on the placement. A lot of noise coming from court two. Harriet Dart and Eden Silva gone to a match tie-break. Dart took the first set 6-3. Silva responded with 6-2, and they are going the distance.
40-30.
First little reaction there from Burrage. Did just lose control of that second serve.
Juice.
And that's how it can change so quickly, particularly in this matchup, which Burrage needs to be aware of in her attempts to stay on the front foot and keep Raducanu back. She has to go for that little bit more on her shots. There is less margin for error, and therefore points can roll by quickly.
No chance that was out. There's no chance that was out.
Pretty sure of herself that
Advantage,
caught the
Burrage.
service box. Burrage, Raducanu not complaining.
Game. Burrage. 2 games all.
Two serves that she really went for, Burrage, to close that game out, catching the edge of the service box. She knows she has to back herself here. The misses will come. She just needs to make sure that she's in the mental headspace to take those in her stride and not let them get her down or get on top of her.
Last 15.
Start to this game. Anticipating the wide service. Come down in these early days a fair bit from Raducanu. Just tightly covering that side so she can get on top of it. There is chance to do damage on the return.
Love 30.
She certainly had an impact. A little bit too much in that one from Raducanu. She is covering that wide serve pretty well, Burrage. It's enabling her to get into these rallies. She was really able to take the ball early, move up the court. In the end, blocking the space and minimizing the options for Raducanu, who is down. Double break points. Both have had opportunities yet to break through, but back-to-back chances. It's that depth on the return from Jodie Burrage that does all.
Burrage leads by 3 games to 2.
And stood slightly over in case the wide serve came. She was in a good position to get that return on her backhand, her favored wing. Moves in to finish off nice and straightforwardly. Came through a tough hold and gets the first break of the match in her pocket, and often we do see that happen. The player fights through a hold and then they carry on the momentum into the next game. The player that hasn't been able to make the breakthrough feels that little bit more pressure, maybe a little bit of tightness.
Time.
Raducanu there, though, probably just didn't quite mix up the serves enough. And it's a tough one because when the wide serve is finding its mark, it's so effective in terms of dragging Burrage out wide, but I think Burrage was just onto it enough to get some early preparation in for her returns. The depth on them, putting Raducanu in a difficult position. Going back behind.
15 left.
Textbook stuff from Burrage. And that's how effective the wide serve can be. Dragging the opponent out, getting the shorter ball, and enabling you to really get on top and take advantage of your opponent being on the scramble.
Love.
She was down the early break, Raducanu against Appleton yesterday. 3-1 down. In that situation, she just steamrolled through the remaining games of the match. So if she just keeps her head down here, works her way through, there will be possibilities and opportunities. And sometimes it is just that being present, showing that you're still there, your positioning on the court can be as effective as what you actually do during the points. That is the time to use the drop shot.
30 all.
Terrific from Raducanu, really smart, really sharp. And once again, her athleticism on full display. She was on the runaround, but got serious depth on that backhand, which gave her the opportunity to use the drop shot, exposing Burrage's positioning at the back of the court. Good to have that second layer to her game. I know it's something that she's been working on recently. She's a great power player, but always good to have the plan B option against players like Burrage, who like to do a similar thing: attack, take the initiative, finish things quickly. That is going to be a very effective return for both players. We've seen it. Coming in deep at the feet. I'm not sure if Burrage was just saying a word about the thunder there and how loud it is, maybe putting her off. The storm is really rolling outside now. Rain coming down. It's been waiting to break. These have been really tough conditions at St. George's Hill the past few days. It gets really stuffy for the players competing. Terrific job, all of them, with dealing with that.
Juice.
That rain drumming on the roof as well as a pretty consistent noise. Will be a bit disappointed there, had the opportunity to break back. Ball on her forehand.
Advantage, Burrage.
That's why you can't afford to lose focus for a moment or miss cue on an opportunity. Burrage is going to be there with that big first serve. Slamming the door shut.
Game.
Back-to-back aces.
Burrage leads by 4 games to 2.
It was Burrage that lost their first meeting at Battle of the Brits, 7-5, 6-3. She came back to win a dramatic encounter on the penultimate day of the event, coming back from a set down, 2-6, 6-2, 10-7. Asked her actually afterwards what she most wanted to improve on. A terrific angle to draw the error.
15 love.
And on that occasion, Burrage said, honestly, I just wanted to improve my mentality. Put a lot of pressure on myself in the first match that we played. Just needed to stay mentally tough, and that could make the difference here.
Love.
That's good stuff from Raducanu. Taking a leaf out of Burrage's book from earlier in what she does behind the wide serve there. Using the fact that she's pulled Burrage off the court to go back behind her.
T15.
Frustrating for Burrage to let it go at the end. She had two really high balls to deal with in that rally, and she did so. Just having trouble finishing Raducanu off, and once again, Raducanu, like a flash of lightning herself at the baseline, really putting the pressure on. And that's good stuff from her as well. A couple of miscues in that rally, but wasn't distracted by the fact it wasn't perfect, just got to work, toughed it out. On court 2, that match has come to a close, and it went the way of Harriet Dart. So she's still yet to lose this week in 4 matches, edging Eden Silva 10-7 in the match tiebreak there. So Dart looking really strong as we head into the end of the round robin competition. This is the penultimate day of the round robin contest. We'll head into the playoff matches and the final. 12 players in the men's and women's draws, split into 2 pools of 6. Raducanu and Burrage, each of them yet to relinquish a set. Something has to change here. Burrage looking to just stay in the moment now, stay focused, to keep nudging herself out in front. just has to take this point by point. There really isn't much in this.
First service. 30-15. Thanks, Billy.
So much oomph on a first serve. Burrage. Really a great weapon that she can utilise in here, and particularly against an opponent like Raducanu. The moment you get into a rally, you never quite know what's coming next.
All. Yes.
Chair umpire Jodie Burrage.
40-30.
Just keeping a track of the score there. It's been an interesting set, a lot of outside distractions with the storm outside.
Game. Burrage.
I think it was actually that storm that triggered the fire alarm that gave us a brief interruption. But Burrage doesn't let anything put her off in that game. The depth from Raducanu threatened to frustrate. But she wraps it up. Brings her one game away from taking this opening set, and she would really love to break through now. That's a great start.
Love 15.
The thing against Raducanu is one break. You're really not safe because she's so attacking minded on both the serve and the return that she's going to try and take it to you. And stepping up to serve for a set brings its own mental challenges. It would be much easier to get it done on the return. Once again, nicely on top of the wide serve, Burrage. And while Raducanu does just need to keep it simple and focus on her own side of the net, she also needs to make sure that it's not too predictable. Burrage anticipating and getting ready for those wide serves. She's going to keep going for them. She has to be ready behind them because the ball is going to come in fast. Oh, once again, terrific from Burrage. Didn't break stride, and the timing on the backhand was just perfect. Triple break point then is also triple set point.
Game in first set, Burrage.
So she does inch out in front.
6 games to 3.
Jodie Burrage will be mightily pleased to get that first set with the double break. There was a really tough opening to this match. Some distractions off the court, on the court, tough opening service games. Burrage did look in some early danger, but really good focus from her throughout the set. She'd have come out here knowing that that was necessary and that was needed for this particular matchup. She's had a lot of experience coming up against Raducanu recently, and she's certainly looking to take advantage of that. Good first serve percentage for Burrage, and for both players that's going to be really important here. That's 2 very solid first serve percentages, but it's all about those key points, and Burrage stepping up to convert a lot of break point opportunities. All in all, just having that little bit of extra bite. Raducanu might want to just rethink the tactics a little. Said it already, the wide serve did get a little bit predictable for Burrage, who was able to get great angles and great depth on the returns as a result. So into the second we go. Let's hope this is a little less punctuated by off-court drama.
Second set, Burrage to serve.
Great start.
Love 15.
She doesn't have to change too much, Raducanu. She has the game style to do damage. These indoor conditions favour her. She needs to be on her toes and do as much as possible on the return in terms of getting her deep to the feet.
15 all.
And the T serve in particular is going to make it difficult to produce those deep returns. There it is again, from both sides of the court. It just drags Raducanu. At least when the wide serve comes in and she's stretched out for it, she can get a good angle on the return. The T-serve neutralizes it, takes that away from her. Once you've got a teeth into that one, Raducanu a little bit too anxious to do something with the points.
Burrage.
Well, that's a great start for Burrage.
First game,
Mixing
second
the
set.
serves up very nicely there and continuing the momentum from the first set. It's a string of 4 games in a row. Matches to come after this one on centre court of the top seed on the men's side. Against Anton Laticevic with a huge forehand. And we'll be taking on Freya Christie.
Love.
This situation is going to test Raducanu's mental resilience. We know it's there. She's got a great team around her. She's been highly thought of from a young age. And they're making sure to look after her.
Knocked up.
Just a little there.
30 love.
So often on the tennis scene, it is the mentality that makes the difference. Except to have that kind of focus in your opponent at a young age, it's really big. She makes it look so easy when it's in her strike zone. Burrage can hit those backhands in her sleep. Just sat up for her in the middle of the court. She was on top of the baseline to take advantage. Can't afford to take the depth off Raducanu. Ooh, wasted chance there.
40, 15.
With a nice idea, you could see it. Raducanu was back in the court, but it was a thrilling backhand up the line that set up the opportunity for Burrage to execute that shot. Naughty. Raducanu just rubbing in the facts there that Jodie missed the previous drop shot by executing one of her own pretty nicely. Smooth. And she gets on the board in this second set. So Raducanu does just need to get this second set to level things up, and then we would go to a match tiebreak, so she doesn't have to win the full 2 sets to get back on top here. Only once have they played a match tiebreak in their most recent meeting, and it was Burrage who edged that one out, won it 10-7. Raducanu made it close, got back to 8-7 from 8-4 or 8-5 down. Just an occasion there where the miss hit paid off, rolling off Burrage's racket and landing short. Those two singles meetings weren't the only time that these two found themselves across from the net of each other at Battle of the Brits. They also faced up on the doubles court in a high-profile clash. Raducanu partnering Joe Salisbury, the Australian Open champion, and Burrage teaming up with Andy Murray himself. That's the kind of depth that Raducanu needs on the return, but Burrage, so ready behind that serve, just held her position to eat up and redirect the pace that was coming at her. It's Raducanu and Salisbury that came out on top in that meeting, winning in a match tiebreak. Raducanu, the youngest and least experienced player on the court, but didn't show it at all. Another example of her great mentality, said it was the most fun she'd ever had on a tennis court.
First service.
Produced a really high level, absolutely swung. Well, you can understand the frustration for Burrage, because at 30-15 up, she looked secure. The 1-2 miss for 30 all. It's a little bit lacking in concentration. And Another unforced error, and that is why we say every single point counts, because she may not have lost this game, but she's now under some serious scoreboard pressure, with Raducanu having come through that other service game nicely, now looking to take the lead here.
Game.
And there it is.
Raducanu.
There's a lot of time in a tennis match.
Raducanu leads by 2 games to 1.
A lot of time for the tide to turn. And even though Burrage was out in front, she would have felt like Raducanu was only a couple of steps away. The match tiebreak format helps Raducanu when she's down, but for Burrage it will add that little bit of pressure. She'll know that Raducanu, even though she's down a set, isn't that far away from the victory. Good stuff from the 17-year-olds, just to stay calm, keep the ball in play, and wait for what was a little bit of a malfunction from Burrage at the end of that game, hence the frustration. But these changeovers can prove beneficial. A little bit of time for Burrage just to take a deep breath, remember what it is that's going to be crucial in this match, holding a focus and staying positive. And if there are any negative emotions, just using them and channeling them into the game. Not letting them distract her. Serving for the consolidation then, Emma Raducanu. It's a big start, a real statement from Raducanu. Getting the depth and then the reaction as well, showing her own positive energy. Balance at the back of the court, Raducanu, when she's on the run, keeps her in so many of these rallies. Even as she's stretched out, she at least keeps them neutral, makes them competitive, and then the misses come from the opponents, such as that one from Burrage.
(30-15).
Just wide on that occasion. Oh, that is special.
30-all.
The pickup is difficult, and keeping it that short in the court is even tougher. Burrage up behind the depth, and Raducanu with a great scramble there. The placement right at Burrage's feet. She made it as tough as she possibly could, but Burrage with 2 hands on the racket there just to hold the face steady. That'll go in the highlights reel.
40-30.
But once again, in these conditions, that big first serve, quite the weapon to cancel out any opportunities that might be arising. have seen a spattering of double faults. As we would expect from this clash, it's not to say anything about a lack of quality. Rather, it's just to show how much pressure these two are putting on each other to do more with that second serve.
Advantage Burrage.
Burrage just taking all the time away from Raducanu with that return, taking it early. So many times she's been forced to get down for the ball, Raducanu, such is the pace coming back at her. Misses will come, but bad timing for Burrage on that occasion. It was neutral. She could probably have afforded to go for a little bit less, apply a little more lift to that backhand. Yeah, that's the pattern of play she needs to go for, to use that wide serve. Even as she had trouble with it in the first set, we saw that was the move that was effective. Didn't need any, or didn't need much pace on that forehand because she'd already wrong-footed Burrage. She was stranded at the baseline. Again, forcing each other to go for the depth. And this is where Burrage's ability to hit the reset button is so crucial. Because even as she's made mistakes in this game and isn't completely chuffed with herself, there are still chances to get back level.
Advantage Raducanu.
If it works, it works. No issues with being predictable on that occasion. She'd done the work. She had Burrage scrambling to recover. Made use of it. Just cat. She's been a nightmare for these chair umpires, Burrage, and probably for her opponents as well, with the way she's drilling those lines.
Burrage.
Some really close games in this one. So many points that seem to be repeated. It's a real tug of war, as you would expect, with two players who at the moment are pretty evenly matched.
Game.
It was a daring move for Raducanu to go for that drop shot under pressure. If she'd have made it, we might have been praising her, but yet again, Burrage was on the charge. Get the feeling she might have covered that one either way. Didn't go over, and we are back level in the second set. I'll give Burrage some credit. She is working so hard on the mental state of her game. Marked improvements from even a year ago, 2 years ago. It doesn't matter that there are still the little outbursts. Sometimes you've got to let off some steam. Don't keep it inside and let it tent you up. Misses are springing up in similar places at the moment for Raducanu. Little groups of them. Burrage will capitalize on anything she's thrown at the moment. Once again, the T serve dragging Raducanu in, leaving her having to prepare, try and recover. Not giving her anything to rip into. Gave that one a long look, Burrage. That was the perfect opportunity to go 40 love up. She'd drawn the short return again. It was on her backhand side. Sometimes when that lead is so close and so within reach, there is the tendency to think a little far ahead, to rush it. The open court was there. Oh, what a finish. It was a great pickup from Burrage. She did everything she possibly could in that rally, but Raducanu's reactions at the net getting the job done. Stretched out. No look on the backhand. Sometimes it just has to be instinctive, and she has the raw talent. And that's why we have seen the spattering of double faults from both players. They know if they don't put enough on that second serve, the opponent's going to be up on top of it. Great mentality from Raducanu. You could see her talking to herself before that, getting herself ready. Here's the break point chance. Breaks in a row. Too much lift on the forehand from Burrage.
Raducanu leads by 3 games to 2.
And there we go. Raducanu heads to the changeover with the break back in her bag. A real tug of war here on court 1. Less so. Billy Harris is up in the first set, 4-1 over Mark Whitehouse. Whitehouse still point on the board in that group. This is mentally testing for Burrage and for Raducanu. Of them at the moment, really, to have each other. This is developing into a great little rivalry. Their 4th meeting over the period of British events, this one. Outdoors in the wind, head-to-head in a team competition, and now under the roof, fast-paced conditions. Who knows, maybe they will take this rivalry international in future years, but for now, we're under the roof at the UK Pro Series, and it is Raducanu with the break once again in the second set, but yet to consolidate. Burrage was ready and waiting for that wide serve. Brilliant placement up the line. Some rally, and huge for Burrage at her position on the scoreboard, having failed to hold that last game, to come out on the right end of it. Once again, she's pressed reset. She's come out for this next game having forgotten what's gone before, just got back to it. It's the mentality she demonstrated in their most recent match tiebreak. She said, I was trying not to think about the score, just thinking every point.
15-30.
That is huge under pressure from Raducanu. The timing is everything there. Burrage with good depth on her own backhand. And just leaning her body weight slightly in the other direction. Raducanu making exactly the right move. Up the line as well, so over the high part of the net. Difficult to maintain that flatness and still have the height. Great quality.
30.
That's big stuff, great intensity. Raducanu. The vocal reactions are becoming more frequent, just backing herself.
Juice.
Responds with quality of her own off the forehand side as well. It's been getting stronger as the weeks have gone on. Celebration immediately followed by a question to herself of where was that before?
Advantage, Raducanu.
Working that so well, Raducanu, reading the points a lot better, you feel, in this set, and just being able to unbalance Burrage. She stayed so focused. And that on-court demeanor is only going to help her moving forwards.
Raducanu.
The turn came in towards the body. Burrage taking it on the forehand, and it goes long. And it is Raducanu that opens up the lead. She does consolidate for the first time in this second set. Great mentality and focus from her.
Yeah.
Asking the questions of Burrage. This is the first time that she's trailed by a couple of games in this contest. Oh, that is smart from Raducanu. Bit of depth came off from Burrage, and the temptation would have been to drill that one deep. But she goes for the shorter angle, just leaving Burrage stranded. Thinking her way through this match now. Well, that was a really close one. I think called.
Love 30.
She needs big first serves now, Burrage. Scoreboard pressure on her. Raducanu just easing into it a little bit now. She's got that safety net.
30 all. I think so.
Upper break 15-30 probably was a return worth going for. That one called just wide for Raducanu. Close ones for both of these two in this game. It's a great asset for both of them that they don't hold back under pressure. They keep trying to play their own game. It's not going to pay off every time,
Net.
but with experience it will pay off enough. You do see the frustration from Raducanu, but often she's turning her back to the court, just trying to keep it covered, not giving too much away. Tremendously turned around by Raducanu. Great finish, didn't have to be deep, didn't have to be too fast. She'd already worked the opening. At the beginning of that point, it was Burrage with the depth, pushing. Really good finish. A player like Raducanu, who's able to generate so much firepower, finish points quickly. You might think that that's the way she's always going to play, and that if she's getting pushed around, she's in trouble. But really today, and in recent weeks, she's demonstrated she's a great athlete, a great mover, has real balance when she's on the stretch and on the run. She's not just here to win quickly. Yeah, great balance on the move into the court. Burrage really struggling to find ways to finish off the points at the moment. Raducanu keeps coming back. And it doesn't have much of an issue finishing when the ball's waiting for her, sat up there in the court. Applied the pressure. Break point. There it is, frustration for Jodie Burrage. This has suddenly pulled away from her this second set. It was so tight in the opening stages, but Raducanu does look on the verge of taking this to a match tiebreak. He's never lost in straight sets to Jodie Burrage and doesn't look about to start. Great composure, great focus. The Battle of the Brits event a couple of weeks ago was so big for both of these two in terms of the experience and the confidence that they took from it. Raducanu had the opportunity to twice go up against Andy Murray. She said it was great to see how fast the incoming ball is at that level. Have the experience of trying to return it. That's not an opportunity a lot of players as young as her are going to get. It probably does help when coming back out to play these matches. There's just, even against Burrage, who's hitting so hard, maybe a fraction less pace to deal with. She also said of Murray Raducanu, he knows exactly what to do, when to push, and which points matter. She has a great understanding of the game, Raducanu, at a young age. Some younger players go out and they do what feels instinctively right, and they can get a fair way, but strategically she has a very good mind, Raducanu, and she understands the process of the match. And for Both of them, it was great for their profile at Battle of the Brits. These are surely two of the brightest stars we have on the British tennis scene, on the rise. And for Burrage, it was an opportunity to showcase her talent that she has missed out on a bit over the last couple of years as she's fought with injuries. Didn't have the opportunity to play Wimbledon last year when she was in such good form. Held back by injury once again. And that opening win for her over Johanna Konta, a career best victory in straight sets over the world number 14. Really was an eye-opener for her, it seems. Showed her what she's capable of. Maybe she's reassessing her goals. Initially, she'd said that she'd like to break the top 200 by the end of 2021. Maybe top 100 is closer than she thinks, but for now it's Raducanu up on the scoreboard.
15 love.
Looking to take us into a deciding match tiebreak here.
Love.
So 50-50 back and forth at the beginning of this second set, but Raducanu, she mentioned about how Andy Murray knows how to win the key points. She's winning them here. That's what's got her on a roll. Heading towards the back end of this one.
Love.
Triple opportunity then to take us the distance.
Game.
Well, it felt very much a 50-50 matchup, so it's only right that they should split sets. Really good response from Raducanu. Burrage had rolled to the end of that first set in the end and even held serve to open this one to carry on the momentum, but she just went point by point, the teenager. Worked her way back into it. Tidied up a little bit as well. The numbers are really good for her on the first serve, 81%. For Burrage, that has dropped substantially since the opening set. And with the first serve, such a weapon in these conditions for both players, those numbers are really key ones. And Raducanu, clinical on break point conversion. She identified those key points. And like a much more experienced player, she stepped up for them. And it means that we do go the distance. Both players now guaranteed a point, but only one of them can stay at the top of the group. At the moment, they're tied on 9 points each in box B.
Tiebreak can play to decide this match. Time.
Great stuff from both today. Also stuff they'd like to improve on. That's always going to be the case. But right now, there only can be one winner. Burrage to get us underway in the match tiebreak.
Final set match tiebreak, Burrage to serve.
Frustrating start for Burrage, a brilliant start for Raducanu. That was going to be the effective return in this match. Not going for so much that you're handing over cheap points, but keeping that ball in the court, drilling it to the feet of the opposition, taking the angle away. tiebreak format unforgiving. We have seen the double faults throughout this contest, but they're going to be that little bit more costly in the match tiebreak. Not as much breathing room. They really have to bring their best now. Once again, Raducanu so well balanced, not just on the stretch across the baseline, but also as that return came in so fast, the strength in her legs to get down and take that pace on. So key after the double fault as well. It's a great finish, textbook. Don't want to overcomplicate anything in this match tiebreak. Get those first serves in. Use the full width of the court. Steady herself for a nice, easy finish there, Burrage. Huge backhand from Raducanu. Going to keep going for it. Neither can afford to let their foot off the gas in this situation. If they do, the opponent will be ready to capitalize. I'm reminded that in their 4 previous meetings, they've only played the 1 match tiebreak, which was in the most recent clash. Burrage winning that 10-7, but it got sticky midway through. The support from her team on the bench really giving her the energy to get across the line there, Burrage. She finished in style, but she doesn't have a bench full of Union Jacks this time around. She's on her own. Just her in the head. See if she can win the battle. On court 2, it's Billy Harris that's up a set on Mark Whitehouse. Took it 6-1. That is big, driving deep Burrage to get the mini break. It is all about that depth.
Wait, please.
That is a huge retaliation. Raducanu stepping up, can't afford to give Burrage any momentum here. Let her settle down. The moment she saw that shorter ball, she was ready to pack the final punch. Great timing. Tug of war resumes. Heading into the business end of the match tiebreak, coming up to the halfway point. No room for errors and little room for second serves. Raducanu looking for a couple of big first deliveries here. That's disappointing. She got on top of the return. Raducanu, the deep neutralizer to the feet. She'd worked her way around it, was dictating. Backhand needed a little bit more height. Cheek point much needed. Applied a real kick to swing her out wide. Great hold of nerve to produce that in that moment. The sudden deficit she was faced with. Pressure on Burrage now to defend this mini break. 4 points away, but it's never over till it's over. Still some distance to go. That's a fantastic start to getting across the line, though. So steady on the backhand. Had Raducanu off balance. Great commitment to finishing off. Really steady in the forecourt. Heads to the changeover, a couple of points in front. It was 8-5 that she was up in the previous match tie-break. Raducanu got close.
Wait, please.
So solid from Burrage.
5. Burrage.
Great to see that confidence continuing to move in. Dictating side to side. Didn't quite have the depth on that forehand, but was just nicely prepared behind it to finish off with the volley. Here is the 8-5 lead, so near, so far. Big point now for Raducanu. To miss, it wasn't by much, but it's big in terms of the scoreboard. Jodie Burrage, who's hung so tough here after the disappointment of the second set, she steps up where she's needed to, and now has 4 match points. That is big under pressure from
Round
Raducanu.
6, Burrage.
The composure just to go about her business and stick to what works. And that wide serve was problematic at times in the first set, but Burrage was reading it so well. Moving in behind to finish things off. 3 more chances for Burrage to get this one done. She reigns supreme at the top of the group, does Jodie Burrage.
6-3, 2-6, 10-6.
These two were tied coming into today. Neither had dropped a set. The quality had been evident from both, but there could only be one winner today. And Jodie Burrage is just staying so mentally tough at the moment. Chose the right moments to peak. In the end, it came down to that match tiebreak, and she was so solid in the back end. A well-earned victory, and it's great to see this rivalry taking shape. Two rising stars who've got so much to offer, not just British tennis, but tennis in general. Hopeful to see them out on the international circuit at some point in the future. There are the final match stats. Second set took that first serve percentage down a bit for Burrage, but she got it going again at the back end, and it is all about those key points. It was a real tug of war out there. These two not really giving each other much momentum for the most part. It was Burrage who was finally able to identify the key moments and pull herself across the line. Some real quality on display on court 1 today. These two have contributed. Raducanu shouldn't be too disappointed. She's still on her way up. She really put Burrage through her paces today, tested her more than any other player has come close to doing this week. Gets the 1 point for claiming a set, but it is Burrage who takes the 2. And that brings us to the end of the 4th match of the day on court 1, but we still have more to come. Naomi Broady and Freya Christie to finish the day later on, but coming up next will be the top seed on the men's side, Liam Broady, taking on Anton Matusevic, and it will be Naomi Cavaday to take you through that encounter.
the 5th match of the day. Welcome along. Little bit of a delay. Been a slight change to the schedule, and an alternate has stepped in. Anton Matusevic couldn't be with us for this match. So Tom Hans, who has stepped in before, he's also been in the event multiple weeks. So if you've been following along through the series, you will be well aware who Tom Hans is, and will have seen him play plenty. And he was the alternate that was able to get here in the nick of time. Quite late notice, did not found out until pretty recently, and he gets a crack at Liam Broady, so how about that? Top seed, Liam Broady. So great opportunity for Hans to get stuck in, see where he's at against Broady. He has played him once already, a few weeks ago here at the Pro Series. He lost 1-6, but it just felt like he was growing into the match in that second set. So if he can carry on from where he left off in that particular match, then you're in for a good one. So Liam Broady, our top seed here, ranked 211, 26 years old. Just knocking on the door of his career high. Not too far off it. To have, I suppose, somewhat of a resurgence. Just had a year or so where, well, he's been talking about it recently himself, you know, in his own words, where the focus went a little bit, maybe wasn't completely dedicated to the tennis, but now got that out of his system, totally regrouping. He's very much been enjoying as much tennis as he possibly can play in recent times. We've seen him here, we've seen him at the Battle of the Brits, getting lots of matches under his belt, and he was on a 12-match winning streak here at the Pro Series, including winning week 3 with 7 straight sets victory. Did not drop a set. He's the only player to do that through the entire event. That was snapped. He went down yesterday to Billy Harris, 2-4. A little bit of a surprise that for some people, but it was a pretty good performance by Harris. And so what about Tom Hans? 23 years old, ranked, as you can see, a little way outside the top 1,000, but really just beginning his journey. He'll pick up his first ATP ranking point, the ITF event in Shrewsbury. That was just in September, so as I mentioned, at the beginning of his journey, but Liam Broady was there not so long ago. Do have to learn the ropes, work your way up, so starting at the Futures events. For Tom Hans, pre-lockdown, that enforced break that everybody has had to experience, he was playing in the Futures. Getting as many matches as he can, but with his ranking where it is, just outside 1,300, it does have to come through qualifying, so you do have to win quite a lot of matches to start getting the points on the board and get that ranking rolling. Saver in the chair. He will be taking you through this one. My name's Naomi Cavaday, and I'll be calling this from the commentary box. So much action through the day, some fantastic matches. That last match between Jodie Burrage and Emma Raducanu, we knew it was going to be good. We didn't know which way it was going to go. Jodie Burrage coming out on top there. For this round, we focus on the men's draw. Kicked off the year with the Rafa Nadal Academy playing the 15 events out there. Did get himself a win on the board out there as well before coming to the UK to play in Barnstaple, coming through qualies and winning around there, Tom Hands. And then to Glasgow, the same thing, coming through qualifying and winning around. So picking up 3 wins in each event for every loss, so good positive moves for him. This will be a challenge against Liam Broady, that's for sure. They've played each other before, so it won't be a surprise for Tom Hands. The loss that he experienced against Liam Broady, that did come in that week 3 where Liam Broady did not lose a set. Ruthless. And he almost got the closest in a set. There were 4 players who managed to take Broady to a tie-break through that week. Billy Harris pushed him the furthest, losing it 10-8. Tom Hands coming in second there, losing it 7-4. So Broady looking to bounce back here from the defeat to Billy Harris. I have to say, just looked a little heavy-legged in that match. Definitely going to be some fatigue hanging around after that epic match he had against Alistair Gray the day before. But I think by now, should be feeling a little bit fresher. Of course, it has been incredibly hot here. And that was one of the more physical matches we've seen through the week. Starting to cool off. We've had plenty of rain. We've had thunder and lightning outside. We've had fire alarms going off. Plenty of drama off the court and so much on the court as well. But everything seems to have settled down just a little bit when it comes to the off-court antics. And it'll be Liam Broady to kick things off in this men's match.
Low 15.
So I did mention that Tom Hands has taken the place of Anton Matusevic. That was a rather late withdrawal, and that does mean that Matusevic will not be involved for the rest of the tournament, unfortunately. But it does mean that Tom Hands gets a crack at things, and already off and rolling on the Broady serve. Wow.
Now 40.
3 breakpoint opportunities early doors here. Wild volley miss from Broady. Well, it was that forehand that caused him an awful lot of trouble last night in his match. Shots like that was about halfway down the net for Broady, so some work to do. It's always been the side that's a little more vulnerable. Just looking a touch disjointed for him at the moment, so he's got some challenges at his own end of the court, as well as trying to deal with Tom Hands, who is ready for his break.
From hands to serve. Low 15.
part of the Box A grouping, which Liam Broady tops as the top seed. Anton Matusevic was in as the second seed, now replaced by Tom. Very nice from hands there. Great backhand down the line, keeping it dead straight, nice and flat, giving himself a simple put-away volley. So at the moment, as things stand, it is Dan Cox topping Box A, but he already has the match in hand because he won earlier on a fabulous match against Alistair Gray, and it is Gray who is in second place. The winner of this match will overtake Gray. Actually, I misspoke. They will overtake Gray if they win in straight sets. If the winner here, if Liam Broady wins in 2 sets, he will match Gray. Of course, Tom Hans, being an alternate, cannot overtake Alistair Gray. Unfortunately, he doesn't get gifted the points from Matusevic.
That's you. Here we go. Come on.
So Broady did maintain a pretty positive attitude through his defeat to Harris last night. He was struggling in a number of areas, but really just trying to urge himself to do better. Looked like he was coming back. He was down a double break in that second set. He got one of them back and was putting the pressure on. Just managed to hold his nerve together and get over the line in straight sets.
Thirty.
Just pulled that a little much. Just the over rotation with the shoulders. It wasn't quite a clean strike.
Advantage, hands.
Good pace to the serve. One of his big strengths. He's got good power. Really uses every inch of his height. See that last serve dead straight down the tee. Not a hint of slice on it.
First serve.
Nice work from Broady. Good consistency, just each shot getting more and more in charge of the rally, just edging his way forwards. Just give you an update from court number 2. White House. Now Billy Harris, 10-8 in the final set breaker. We've had a lot of those through this week. And the final match of the day for court 2. Second to last match. Didn't think things had gone that quickly. The next women's match will be Beth Gray taking on Elise Maloney. They are just warming up right now. And then the final match, as I was saying, will be Luke Johnson against Julian Cash. So plenty more action for you.
Advantage, Broady.
Again, more consistent work from Broady. Looking to get things back on level terms. Shot that one to go down the line. Wanted to go flat because he was so out of position, so he wanted to really try and get it past hands by not putting too much shape on it and making sure it would get there as quickly as possible to find the space. But going over the high part of the net, that's difficult to do. Oh, yes.
Advantage, Broady.
Great reactions from Broady. That net cord, it nearly caught him out. He had to reach. He was fully outstretched for this one. Able to control that just with the racket face. Find the space on the cross court. Super work. Broady. He has had a couple of good wins before losing yesterday to Harris. Did beat Gray in that thriller, 10-7 in the final set. White House 3 and 2. Pressure forward. Really nice close from Broady, so to make a move here once again. Spent a lot of time through the lockdown back at home in Stockport. Broady was there as well, so nice for their parents to have all the kids around. Although with 2 of them being elite athletes, must be pretty tough to keep them fueled. Broady will be up next, final match of the day. Yeah, he's done really well there, looking nice and consistent, moving well, good intensity. Definitely looking a bit fresher than he did last night. Gets that break right back.
to the men's results today. Some cracking matches. The Cox against Gray match. Cox winning that 6-2 was such a high level. A bit of confusion in that point. Broady thought his serve was well long. They both seemed to stop playing, really, just bunting the ball back in. We've had 2 breaks to open things up. Now love 30 on the Broady serve once again. For that one, caught out too far, deep in the court, Broady, and in trouble. He did such good work to break hands and get things back level. And he's got a few break points to fend off here. Was a tentative first volley. That Ron really needed to be stuck away into the space, and Hans regaining his advantage. 3 games down, 3 breaks in the bag. So the other men's results, I'll tell you about Arthur Ferry coming back from a set down against Henry Patton to win 10-4 in the final set. Ryan Peniston playing brilliantly against James Ward, 4 and 6. That was, got it done in straight sets, but good for him to beat a player ranked above him. And as I mentioned, Mark Whitehouse just coming through that final set bracket, clinching it 10-8 against Billy Harris. This match to bring you, as well as Luke Johnson against Julian Cash later on out on court 2. And that will conclude the day's play for the men. Still 1 day left to finalise the positions in the box. 1 more round robin stage. We will know who is through to the semi-finals and who will be in the playoffs. Pacey forehand there from Hans, taking it early. Just lifting that forehand long on the approach. We've had a fair few breaks so far, and talking about how the serve of Hans is something really effective, but a bit of a window here for Broady to try and snatch another one. the second time he's just pulled that backhand on the cross court too much. Needs to watch that. Just really keen to get a shorter ball to have a look at. Just need 1 or 2 extra shots to get into that position.
Yeah,
I think he would like a couple of cheaper points on his serve. I mean, of course, now he's down break points, but just in general through his service games. Just take a bit of the pressure off. Pressure. A lot of good stuff from Hans at the moment.
Advantage, Broady.
See what he's trying to do, but just maybe trying to max out on his abilities. Just doesn't look quite comfortable. Maybe going just a touch close to the lines. Yes, it has to be high quality against Broady. He's ranked just outside 200. There's no getting away from that. It just needs to be repetitive. Maybe just bring the margin in a touch and just keep consistently finding that zone. Yeah, again, just hooking it cross court a little too wide, so really is trying to play to the width. A number of shots go wide from Hans at the moment, but as it stands, back on serve 2-all. Haven't had a hold yet. But he just pulls off of those shots a little because he's trying to get the width with his body rather than the arm, and allowing the hand to come around the outside of the ball. Just gives you a little more control over it. When you use your body, it tends to be a bit of a pull.
Up.
Week 6 of the Pro Series here at St George's Hill in Weybridge, just outside of London. Just having a conversation in the changeover. A few unforced errors in this game for Hans. They're just having the conversation that more of the challenges have been cancelled. Everything stateside in September has been cancelled that is below the US Open and the Western and Southern Open the week before that. But there were 6 events, I think, scheduled. They're events that the likes of Broady might have wanted to play. Peniston, James Ward, players who are playing challengers. Got a good run out there. So we know it's uncertain times. It's very difficult for any of these players to know what they're going to be playing next once this series comes to an end.
40-30.
Not a huge amount on the schedule as yet. Anything that's going on the schedule is getting disrupted. So good for these guys to pick up a bit of cash through this week and get the match practice so that they can have something in the pocket to get them to the tournaments, because they're not going to be in abundance, that's for sure.
Game Broady. Broady leads 3 games to 2.
So, got a hold on the board. And it goes the way of Broady, so he gets his nose out in front for the first time, up 3-2. Of course, a lot of focus on the tour and what is happening at that level. These players knocking on the door, as I said. Liam Broady's not far off it, but just outside. US Open qualifying was cancelled fairly early on. Broady would have been making an appearance there, as would have Harriet Dart. Two players playing in this event this week. So good that they have this to be playing and get themselves sharp so that when things do kick off, they will be ready to go. WTA Tour has already kicked off.
Time.
So we do have some matches, some tournaments going on. Some international tournaments, that is. We've had a fantastic domestic run here in Britain. We've been so fortunate to do that. There are many nations, the majority of nations just would not be able to do it, or if they could do it, just don't have the depth of players to make it competitive, to make it worthwhile. If you've been watching along through the past 5.5 weeks, you'll have seen just how competitive this level is. Exactly what these players need.
Below 15.
Super serve, pace, placement, dead flat. You can see, I think Broady even picked that one, just still couldn't get a racket on it. Oh, very nice from Liam Broady.
30-40.
Just pitched that perfectly, just inside the baseline. And doing his best to scramble it, but just couldn't even get a racket on it.
Here we go. Deuce.
Serve getting hands out of trouble. But he's yet to hold.
good work from Hans, looking nice and disciplined on that point. He's got off to a cracking start, considering about half an hour before this match he didn't know he was going to play. Not sure if he managed to do any hitting today. Restrictions are quite tight on site. Don't want players hanging around. There's nowhere for them to hang around, especially with the rain we've experienced today. Getting away from Broady, and the hold goes for Hans. We've exchanged a couple of breaks and now some holds as well. Broady definitely looking a bit sharper, a bit fresher than he did last night. Still has his work cut out with Hans. As I mentioned, he has played against him before, and there was a very tight set in there, 7-6, so Hans knows how to push him and seems to have just continued on with that level of confidence.
15 love.
Maybe a bit harsh on criticising Hans for the width that he was going for, and he had just overcooked it on a few occasions, but it is working really well on the whole. Not too bad to miss a couple here and there, if you know it works.
Next first serve.
The right one to go for.
13-15.
Can't be mad about the decision making there. He does need to push himself in this match, Hans. And if it drops short, you've got to jump on it, try and make him pay. He's not going to get too many short balls in a row. Someone to the level of Broady. Opening up brilliantly well, keeping that width. When he does go down the line, it's just dead straight, isn't it? Didn't quite get the feet set around that central ball for the forehand. Maybe just wanted to take one step further up the court so you can try and get some momentum through the back of it. It's tough off the block return. There's not much energy for you to use on the ball, so you have to really create it all yourself.
Advantage, Broady.
Well, that will seal the game. This has been hard fought so far.
4 games to 3.
Quality tennis from both. Hands really trying to step up and dictate and push Broady around. Broady trying to be really consistent and try and coax that unforced error and that over-forced play from Hands. And we're on serve here, 4-3. So to keep you up to date with court number 2. Got a women's match going on over there. Beth Gray taking on Elise Maloney, and it's Beth Gray who is up in the first set. Just a few moments ago, she was up 3-love. I think it has progressed since then, but taking the early lead. Run you through the men's results so far today. When it comes to the women, we saw Harriet Dart beat Eden Silva 10-7 in the third set. Emily Appleton took out Nadia Ronson. That was a little more one-sided, 1-3 that was. And Sonny Cartal getting the win again in the final set breaker, 10-3 over Emily Arbuthnot. And who could forget, Jodie Burrage, another third set tiebreak win over Emma Raducanu. Just saw that before this match kicked off.
Low 15.
Double fault for Hands, not a good way to start this game. Just giving Broady the chance now on the next couple of points to have a bit of a swing, because he'll be in a good situation regardless. Oh, what an unforced error. And that bit of an opportunity becoming a significant one. Love 30. Has to do with finding some first serves, because when he has found them, they've often been too good. There you go. One in the bag.
15-30.
Broady trying to dictate on that occasion, pushing Hands around, and the error coming.
Forty 30. Game, Hands.
So a solid hold for Tom Hands.
And I was talking about how it's the beginning, really, of his journey when it comes to life on the ITF circuit, picking up a point for the first time in September. He's been building on that, got some wins in the main draw, been qualifying, winning a round. That's what you need to do at the beginning. It's exactly what he'd be looking for. Finished college out in the States not so long ago.
15 love.
Attended Drake University in Iowa. If you're not sure where Iowa is, it's kind of in the middle.
To
complete a strong few years there, playing as part of a team, now going solo. A little bit of an adjustment. Not sure what to do with that one. He was deep, he was wide, caught it a little late on the racket. Tough to manufacture something out of that.
Broady 15.
Broady just getting frustrated with that one, telling himself to focus.
Broady leads 5 games to 4.
Well, the comparison to the match Broady played yesterday, this is completely different, looking much, much more solid from the back of the court. Definitely a bit more full of confidence. And a game away from the first set, but still on serve. Broady kicked off the year playing the Australian Open in the qualifying there. Lost in the first round. And he went to the Challengers, which are in Australia post the Australian Open. So you do have to kick off your season there and then drop down to the Challengers. But got some good wins there before heading to Canada to play a couple more Challengers, reaching the semi-finals in Calgary. Lost a really tight 1-7-6 in the third. And then, as so many players did, they found themselves at the Indian Wells Challenger, which is the week before Indian Wells kicks off. He lost in the first round there, but that was when everything got wrapped up. Called to a halt, and everyone tried to get home pretty sharpish. It's been about 3.5 months before Broady competed again, kicking off at the Battle of the Brits. Didn't manage to get a win on the board there, but pretty tough matches all round, to be honest. Andy Murray was the first match that he was playing. So when you've had 3.5 months out and then you got Andy Murray at the other end of the net, it's pretty tough going. Followed by James Ward and Kyle Edmund. And then a couple of weeks after the Battle of the Brits,
Liam came to the UK Pro Series, came here, and that's when he started winning some matches. Played a couple of weeks in a row, taking the title in week 3, as I mentioned, before going to Battle of the Brits, the mixed event, playing 4 singles matches there and getting 2 Ws on the board. So it's been fairly busy on the whole. Good for Broady, as he really has been playing his way into form. And the Pro Series has been a huge part of that.
$40.
So the most comfortable hold of the match so far goes to Hans. A hold to love to level things up at 5-all. As I mentioned, the last set they played was a 7-6 set. And Hans really taking confidence from that. He knows he can play well enough to cause Broady some issues. So far, not letting him get away.
Low 15.
Good energy from Broady, keeping himself positive. I don't think he's aiming too high. We've seen a lot of players fall a little foul of that. Expectations being very high when they haven't played for a long time. I get the feeling that Broady believes that the game is still there, of course. Just chipping away, day by day improving. That's what he's here for. Get the confidence, get the match practice, get some wins in the bag. Dealt with nicely.
15-13.
Beautiful stop volley. A little bit of flamboyance, a little bit of a flick of the wrist afterwards. He won't mind. Just got to be careful of the errors off the forehand side. 2 in this game for Broady. Been a little costly. And he's got to fight his way back into this one now. Hans looking to make a push.
Person.
Oh no! Oh, he thought he had it. How about that? He had done all the work and he had all the court to play that final volley into. Got it completely wrong. Well, I think the reason he can still smile is because he's got another crack at breaking Broady, but boy, will he be thinking about that tonight.
Broady being careful, being steady, and saying, go on then, win it. Couldn't do it on the last point when you had the whole court. Try and do it now. And as a result, was too consistent. And back to deuce. And again, doing such good work. How has he not managed to break in this game so far? How is he facing a game point now? Broady just shutting up shop and saying, I'm not going to miss. You're going to have to earn it. Such a common choice for the higher ranked player. Well, what a hold from Liam Broady. And could that be decisive in this set? It is still on serve, but Hans has got to be feeling the effects of those opportunities that he had there. Twice he had a volley on top of the net. One on a break point, one at deuce. But as it is, he'll have to reset. Try and serve to stay in this match. In this set, sorry. Beth Gray racing away over on court 2. 5-1 in the first set over Elise Maloney.
Time.
So, Tom Hans here, as he regroups, looking to serve to stay in this set, take it to a tie break. Broady doing what worked for him in the previous game, staying consistent, keeping a decent quality of shot so it's not falling too short. Leaving all the work up to Hans, and he's not being able to find a way right now. That's more like it. Didn't try and go for too much pace, just leant through. You can see the shoulders here, leading all the way through that backhand. Just helps him meet the ball out in front, and then he can really extend the arms through and get that depth and penetration he's looking for. Yeah, chased it down well. It
15,
wasn't
30.
a bad drop shot at all. Broady lightning quick off the mark. Couple of points away from the set now, Broady. Ooh, just completely lost his balance on that forehand.
30 all. Thank you.
First serve
14,
helping
30.
him out. A little up against it there. Really has been effective when the first serve has found the mark. That's a really tough pickup. Brody's done so well to get it down so low. All that momentum travelling through the back of the ball. It's so tough to control it when it's down that low. Not found it that time. There was a bit of a gap. You could see what he was trying to do. Just maybe didn't go with the full commitment to rip it down the line. Just trying to guide it. And how Hans would love to steal this point and then get himself into a tie break. Ooh, just got caught out there. Don't think he was anticipating it coming as deep as it did. Onto the back foot.
Advantage, Broady.
Just a little passive on that forehand, Hans. And an opportunity for Broady, once again, see if he can wrap up this set without having to go to a tie break.
Deuce.
And once again, it's the first serve, helping him out. Big one out wide. Yeah, nice work from Broady.
Advantage.
Really impressive how he's turned things around from yesterday. It was a bit disappointing, I think, his performance, even though he must have been feeling fairly fatigued. But this has just looked so much better, looking really consistent and just looking a bit more confident. Well, the drop shot was a gamble. Set point down and well chased down by Broady. Once again, we've seen that on the drop shot before by him going down the line, finding his mark, and with it, grabbing the opening set. He takes it 7-5. So he'll be really pleased with that. Was broken a couple of times early on and started getting the serving going, looking good from the back of the court. Just seems like he's got one shot better than Hans maybe. He's being really disciplined from the back and asking the question of Tom, and that really has been working quite well, particularly on the pressure moments, and that's where the difference in experience and rankings tends to show. A nice calm set of tennis from Liam Broady. A lot to like about that. So a little look through the numbers. You can see there for Tom Hans, it's a little low on the first serve percentage, and that is actually hurting him because his first serve is so effective when it goes in. He's won an awful lot of points with, you can see there, the 4 aces. That if he could just bump that up into the 60s, he would be taking just 10% of pressure off his own service games, and that might make life a little more comfortable and a bit less draining. You can see there Broady getting quite a lot of break point opportunities. So Broady avoiding the tie break there. He is a set up and will be serving first in this second set.
Second set. Ready to serve. Now. It up.
Broady starting to use that as momentum now. Hans really needs to try and dig in this set. Maybe not this game, but when it comes to his own service games, we can up that first serve percentage. You can't let Broady run away with this.
Game. Broady. First game, second set.
But a lovely opening game for Broady to get off and running. He's out in front now. So if we take a little look at this group, I did run you through the standings at the beginning of the match for Liam Broady
The last player to play tomorrow will be against Dan Cox. And with Tom Hands taking Anton Matusevic's spot, he will be playing against Billy Harris. Order of play looking so good for tomorrow. It's been so good every day. The matches have been absolutely cracking. Liam will be second on court 1, taking on Dan Cox. That will follow Raducanu against Gray. Beautiful work. He's just rolling now, isn't he? But I think Hans has got to realise quite sharpish that the drop shots, drop volleys are not working. Brody's reading them. He's getting there well, and he's coming up with some fabulous shots when he's there. That's 3 in a row now. He's chased down and found a winner.
Now 40, now 30.
Good work from Hans, good pressure, good quality. You could see Broady just dropping back behind the baseline, making life more difficult. Find that backhand. You can just feel that Brody's confidence is starting to settle. I think he's getting the feeling he might be able to stretch away now. He's doing his best to prevent that from happening.
First serve.
Just missing. Hans doing really well there. That was an awkward shot that he had to pick up, short and close to the net. Getting deep down the line, almost behind Broady, was probably the most difficult shot he could force him to play. Well, he had Broady fooled. He had me fooled. I thought for sure he was going to take that one down the line, but instead flattening off right into the corner. Again, a big lean through the contact, so far out in front, just helping that penetration and depth. He
it comes to a slightly tricky game.
Love. Sorry, mate. 30 love.
Just an apology from Broady for that one. Quick update from the other court. Beth Gray wrapping up the first set 6-2. But it's 2-love down in the second set to Elise Maloney. Nice lefty swinger for Broady there. Really curling around that centre tee. Getting away from him a little. Forehand much improved from what we saw last night for Broady, much more consistent. And even the misses, they're not as wild as we saw. Just looks like a minor adjustment and it would be fine, whereas yesterday just looked like something a little more tricky for him to deal with. Yeah, another good game for Broady.
2 games to 1.
And good energy and attitude from him, keeping up the positivity. And why not? Up a set and 2-1 now. So looking at the schedule for tomorrow. Court 1, as I mentioned, Raducanu taking on Beth Gray. That's first up. Raducanu just with the 1 defeat that she picked up today against Jodie Burrage. Then it will be Liam Broady against Dan Cox. Can't wait for that one. Boy, Dan played a cracker today. He would love to have a shot at Broady. And then we will have Jodie Burrage, who is currently undefeated in the women's, against Nadia Rawson. James Ward versus Henry Patton. Eden Silver against Naomi Broady. And then rounding out the day here on court 1 will be Arthur Ferry against Julian Cash. So we will have commentary for you through all of those matches. We're going to be sticking on court 1. Plenty of tennis over on court 2 though. That will be coinciding. Tom Hands will be first up against Billy Harris. Sonia Cartal against Freya Christie. Ryan Peniston and Luke Johnson. Emily Appleton versus Elise Maloney. Alistair Gray versus Mark Whitehouse, and Harriet Dart taking on Emily Arbuthnot to finish things off there. And once we get through all of those matches, and who knows what's going to happen throughout the day tomorrow, we have seen so many third set tiebreakers today. It's all changed, lots of movement in the boxes. But once we get through all of those, we will have completed the round robins. We will know the standings. We will know our semi-finalists that we're going to see on Saturday. We'll bring you all 4 semi-finals here with commentary.
before the finals take place on Sunday, as well as all of the other playoffs we'll be keeping you across.
Love 13.
So again, the serve just helping out to close the gap a little bit, facing pressure once again. Hans was love 30 in his last service game in this set as well. Broady really wanting to get some daylight between the two of them now. Yeah, the down the line pass. Broady doing so well there. Hans just got stuck in the middle of the court. He left the gap available. And Broady, with all of his experience, said thank you very much. A little bend on that lefty forehand just for some security. Made it with ease. So a couple of break points now for Broady. Well, Hans just stopped there.
Broady.
Just poking the ball back into play. Didn't really take it seriously. He thought something had happened on the serve, but Broady had showed no signs of stopping. And the breakthrough is his. So there is a little bit of daylight between the two of them now. Setting a break for the top seed. And Broady's serve really has grown into this match as well. He'll be thinking that if he can just keep going with what he's been putting out onto court since about the middle of the first set with the serve, he shouldn't face too much of a threat, as he's been rolling through the service games fairly swiftly.
It out.
Didn't quite get up to that one. Just needed an extra step. Just waiting for the ball to come through to him, and it didn't travel as quickly as he thought. Couple of forehand unfolds there is for Broady, allowing Hans back into this match, and this is where Hans has got to really dig his heels in, get stuck in, try and find a way to give away anything cheap. Talking to himself there, urging himself on. That one goes long as well. And out of nowhere, 3 unforced errors in a row for Liam Broady. Just as he thought he got a grip of this match and he was going to start charging away, Hans has got an opportunity to get back in here.
Let's replay the point.
Oh, how about that from Broady? Great coverage. Can't argue with it from Hans. It was a great return. He saw Broady coming, was just trying to find the width and sneak it round him. Good movement from Broady. He's looked really sharp tonight.
Advantage, Broady.
Serve doing all of the damage there. Lovely lefty swinger. And then mixing it up with the flat one. Good combination from Broady. Difficult game there with those few unforced errors coming in, but he rectified it, sorted it out. He's responded really well. And he is still up a set and a break, 4-1. Such a big part of this tournament. I've heard from a lot of players through the weeks. It's just so good for the confidence, the fact that you have another match the next day regardless. You take a tough loss, you play poorly, disappointed in your performance. And there's no dwelling on it for a week as you would if you were out on the tours. These are things that can really get to players. We've heard from Broady saying, I think it was last year, saying how he struggled. And a number of players struggle with that part of the tour. Almost everybody loses every single week in regulation tournaments. Only one person doesn't lose in the singles draw. Everybody else has to take the loss, has to swallow it, learn from it, respond, and then get back out on court again. But they have to wait a week for that so it can really dwell, whereas here it's a quick turnaround. And for Broady last night, did not play well, lost in straight sets, but less than 24 hours later, he's back on court, complete turnaround, picked his game up, looking really good.
Enough.
Nicely done by Broady again, just easing the ball around the court. An almost inch perfect lob in there as well, which was difficult for Hans to do much with. Really resetting the point. Taking the top of the net and drifting long there. Again, really think the key for Hans in these first serves. It looks so good. Just not finding enough of them now. Really needs them to be high. Yeah, but that's such a nice point. Saw the depth, just took a step up the court, got a slightly shorter ball, played into the space calmly. Not a lot Broady could do that when Hans was closing the net that well.
Wow.
Once again, the double fault. 2 in this game. They're really under pressure, and surely, double breakdown against Broady. That will be enough. If he can somehow wrestle this game back, he's still in it. It's the first serve that does it for him.
Deuce. Advantage, hands. Okay, hands. Broady is 4-2.
So, comes through that game.
Love. All. Fifteen 13. 30 all. Forty, 30. Deuce. Advantage, Broady. Deuce. Advantage, Broady. Game, Broady. Broady leads 5 games to 2. Low 15. All. 13-15. $40-15.
So Hans does manage to come through that game, keeping the pressure on. There's been a lot of good stuff from him through this match. Really has a good level. It's just been a couple. Those crucial moments which cost him. Remember, he had chances to break in that first set. Couple of sitters on top of the net he had as well. Let those slip by. And then Broady really got the momentum going. So what can he do? First point here, really crucial to try and put some pressure on. But Broady doing exactly what he did in the first set, what he knows well, staying very consistent. And that really has been enough on the crucial moments. That is what Broady has relied on. That's what he's gone to. And it's been effective. Couple of points away now. Oh, he'd set the point up well with the swinging serve. His forehand unforced errors have just been hanging around, but they haven't been too costly today, which is important. Oh, he's missed it wide. Bit of a miss hit. Broady had guessed the wrong way, so there was a gap to find. That one not finding the mark. So Liam Broady, after a tight first set, got hold of this second, and now a couple of match points.
game. Set a match.
And that'll
Broady
seal
by
it.
2 sets to love.
Good work
7-5,
from Liam Broady,
6-3.
coming through in straight sets there, 5 and 3 against the alternate Tom Hands. He didn't have much time to prepare for this match, but he did come out flying. But it was the top seed here in the Classic week that gets the win, 7-5, 6-3. And Broady will be really pleased, I think, with that performance, particularly after how he played last night, just a couple of notches below. And the great thing about this tournament, being able to get back out on court within 24 hours, improve all the numbers there. See, looking very healthy for Broady. Good first serve percentage. And as I was saying through the match, really just all of those crucial moments, tightened up the game, was incredibly consistent. And it was Hands that came up with the error. A good match out, though, for Tom Hands, pushing Broady once again, just like he did last time they played a few weeks ago. He'll be back tomorrow as he has replaced Anton Matusevic. He'll be playing Billy Harris first up. And Broady will be back as well. But we will be giving you one more match here on court number 1 today. It is a women's match, and it features Liam's sister, Naomi Broady, as she takes on Freya Christie. Final match of the day for you here on court number 1. Naomi Broady taking on Freya Christie. Much anticipated for this match. Seen plenty of good stuff from Christie through the week. There is Naomi Broady in your picture, 30 years old, doubles ranking of 142, has been as high as 56. And when it comes to the singles, has been a top 100 player as well, 76 in the singles. Down a little bit now at 497. Still, of course, playing to a very high level, has won a lot of matches through these events. Taken part in an awful lot since the domestic events got underway. British Tour, first of all. A couple of those before heading here to the Pro Series. And went over and played the Battle of the Brits outdoors. That was the mixed event. Played plenty of singles matches there. Got a win on the board as well over Eden Silver. And back to the Pro Series, of course. Couldn't be away for long.
3 minutes.
She's taking on Freya Christie, a little bit younger. Freya, 22 years old. And again, you can see the doubles rankings there for Freya. Boy, has she enjoyed her time here at the UK Pro Series. Career high in the singles of 286. Currently just below Broady. She's at 640. So very similar rankings between the two of these players, but a lot more experience for Broady. That comes with age, and it comes with breaking the top 100 as she did. A phenomenal achievement for her.
Two minutes.
And for Christie, so far through the week, she picked up a couple of wins and has been looking pretty good. A tight loss to Harriet Dart on the first day. 4-5 it was. Harriet Dart being the top seed here, but it really was a competitive match before beating Eden Silver in the final set breaker. Really ran away with the third set once that she was in it. It was a bit of a strange match actually, because the first set was really tight. She lost it 7-6 on a tiebreak to Eden. And then after that, she barely lost any points. She won the next set 6-love, and then the final set breaker 10-1. And then yesterday, she played against Emily Arbuthnot and cruised through that one 2-1. Lot to like about the game of Christie. As for Naomi Broady, her results so far this week: Sonia Cartal, she played in the first match, won that 10-6 in the final set breaker. Cartal has been tricky for a lot of players. It's a very difficult game style, and if you're not swinging from the first ball, she can cause you some problems. After that, Broady took to the court against Emily Arbuthnot and won that 2-6 before losing a tough encounter to Harriet Dart later yesterday.
Right off the chair.
Lost in the final of the fifth week here at the Pro Series, did Broady, to Emily Appleton, 10-8 in the final set there.
End of warm up.
Looking like she's really getting her game together. It's been difficult for her in recent times. Actually didn't play at all this year before lockdown. She was just about ready to go, and then lockdown kicked in. Confirmation of the match there, Naomi Broady against Freya Christie. Broady had been struggling a little bit with injury at the end of 2019, then was unwell. And then lockdown happened. And as I was mentioning in the Liam Broady match, all the family back at home. Naomi saying it was nice for her parents to have them all under one roof, but to have two kids who are elite athletes, tough to fuel them, got to go through an awful lot of food. So Mrs. Broady, I think, really working hard to keep them topped up and fresh, but they've started the domestic season that has kicked off looking good and looking in good shape, so definitely did a good job there.
First set, Christie to serve.
So Freya Christie will be kicking things off here in the first set.
Up.
Going to see some big hitting in this match. Both of these players possess big weapons, but it is Broady that is more aggressively minded with it. Goes for her shots, often likes to step up the court. She's got those long levers to use as well. Backhand can be very dangerous. Christie, I really enjoy watching her play when she does just keep that aggressive mindset. Doesn't necessarily have to be as aggressive as, say, a Broady. There is a scale. You can fall somewhere on it, but just sometimes, especially when things get a little nervy, you can just get a touch passive. She does possess the power in all of her shots. Solid start for Broady, and already give myself a little look at the Christie serve here, 15-14. Yeah, nice start for Naomi Broady. Break on the board, straight up, looking sharp. And is that 1-love? A lot of players have been trying to max out as best they possibly can in terms of playing as many matches as they can. It's anything that is available. I'd say Freya Christie has done that as well. For Broady, it really was important. I mentioned that she hadn't played since the back end of 2019. It was the end of October, actually, that she was playing and picked up that injury. Had to have some time to sort that out. So it has not just been an extended break, it's been a long break for Broady. She has been loving getting back on the match court.
Broady to serve. Love 15.
for Freya Christie.
15 all.
2020, what just wasn't quite off and running for her. Played in 3 events. Did pick up 1 win, but that was it. And it's often the way at the beginning of the season. It just takes a little bit of time to find your form. And through the past couple of years for Christie, we have seen the rankings slip a little. Results have not been where she would like them to be. Her performances, for me, have been fantastic. They've just been a little up and down. As I was mentioning before, just this passiveness, it can sneak in. Watch her play one day and it looks aggressive and clean and everything's on her racket, and the next day it's like watching a different player. And that's why she's just struggled a little to string the results together. Pick up more than a couple of main draw wins in a row. Also has been operating at a high level, lower challenges. Just getting away from that. Back home, training in Nottingham. Spent a long time training there when she was young. Good pace from Broady, front foot hitting from the central third of the court. That's exactly what she's looking for. Oh, it's a clever play from Naomi Broady, just pulling Christie into awkward positions on the court. Nice little dink there off the backhand side, and then seeing the gap straight as an arrow down the line. Good start from Broads. Well, through 2015 and the years where Broady was really flying with her ranking, a huge part of it was her serve. It wasn't the only reason that she broke the top 100, but it was just such a consistently devastating shot. She, of course, has the height to her advantage, but she really uses it well. She beat me to it, because I was going to say the second part of the game that really was outstanding was the backhand. It's dead flat. Really is a confident shot for her. It's really tough to get it out of her strike zone on the backhand side, because you'd be looking to do that on a single-hander by pulling them wide or getting it up high. Because she has such long levers, you have to go even further to achieve that.
Last 30.
Trouble for Christie here. Brody's off to a good start, has not put a foot wrong. Christie's got to try and find a way to disrupt this rhythm.
Well, it was a cracking
15,
return
30.
once again, but Christie doing really well to muscle her way into that point.
Net for serve. Fifteen 40.
Well, you can see why Christie might be a little bit concerned about the second serve. Broady's there looming, leaning into the court. She's struck some nice backhands so far. That time trying to curl it to the forehand. The double fault does bring up a couple of break point opportunities.
30 40. Game, Broady.
So, a couple of breaks for Naomi Broady, and really it has just been oozing quality, the Broady game. Such a good level, looking full of confidence. She's up 3-love. Do have a result to bring you from over on court 2. Beth Gray and Elise Maloney went all the way to a final set tiebreaker, and that went all the way, 11-9, the way of Beth Gray. So disappointment for Maloney, but a good win for Beth. And over there, the final match of the day, you can hear them in the background just warming up. That's Luke Johnson and Julian Cash. So a little bit to ponder for Christie. Got to try and find a way to turn this around. The one thing that she really can cling on to, because a lot of these first 3 games has been down to Broady, that's for sure. She can cling on to the fact that Broady can be a patchy player. You can have patches where you just think, oh, how do I ever win a point against her? And then there are some patches, the errors tend to come in clusters, and that means that it does get the scoreboard moving in your favour. They don't tend to be so spread out through the set. So you really do just need to keep hanging in, making as many balls as possible. Hoping that will happen. Try and chop up the rhythm, mix up the variation, anything you can to try and help that period of good play come to an end.
15 love.
And that's the serve I was talking about.
All. 30-15.
Yeah, just not putting a foot wrong at the moment. Aggressive, looking sharp. You can see here the eyes wide open for this shorter ball, but didn't need to play it.
Game, Broady. Broady leads 4 games to love.
Well, racing to this 4-love lead. Having everything her own way right now. Looks like she's got all the time in the world on the ball. Serving nicely. I think Christie's got to try and put a bit more on her shots, try and get some extra depth, some penetration. Pop in those first serves, really commit to it. Show Broady that she can strike just as well.
Love.
See what Christie's trying to do there, putting in the slice, trying to keep it low so it might be out of the strike zone of Broady. Did well to get that one dipping down low because it looked like that point was turning around into Broady's favour. Christie doing really well off the first 4 shots. Great depth and penetration. Just got to keep on with that, not let up at all. Broady just not quite convinced that Christie did pick that one up. You can see they just got the racket underneath it. Yeah, that was a good call.
14-15.
So Christie looking to get on the board here. Much needed game for her.
Just getting away from Broady. Barely seen an error from her, but that will seal the game for Christie. So she's off and running. Still a lot of work to do in this set. Will she be able to make her mark, trailing 4-1? Let's have a little look at how the box is shaping up. We're over in box A right now. Harriet Dart is the top seed. She has herself 4 wins from 4, so looking pretty good to go through to the semi-finals and looking very good to top the group in total. Broady has 2 wins out of 3 at the moment, and so does Christie. So they are definitely in the hunt for the second spot. Still got Eden Silver to contend with. The winner of this match will overtake Eden Silver and move into the second spot in this group behind Harriet Dart. So with one more match to play, a strong position to be in terms of making those semi-finals. Other players in the group, Sonet Cartel and Emily Arbuthnot. Top 2 players, as I mentioned, will go through to the semi-finals. The number 1 finisher in box A will play the number 2 finisher in box B, and of course vice versa. And then all of the other players will continue their place playoffs through the weekend. So plenty more tennis to bring you. A couple of errors starting to creep in here for Broady. Christie might be able to sense that. That's a couple in a row now. We saw them creeping in the last game as well for Broady. So Christie doing a good job of just maintaining the depth and at least asking Broady to come up with a good shot. I mentioned that errors do tend to come in clusters for Naomi. Big opportunities now for Freya Christie. It would still be a break, just to stop the momentum more than anything, because Broady was really in a purple patch. Serve helping her out there. Well, the double fault seals it. That really was a game filled with unforced errors for Naomi Broady, and one of the breaks has been got back by Freya Christie. Still a little bit more work to do, but one big tick in the box for Christie is that the momentum Broady had has stopped. He's now
difficult for her to get points rolling and therefore games on the board. Really crucial to stop the momentum against the big hitters.
Love.
Just all of a sudden, the demeanour of Naomi Broady has completely changed.
Touch it up. First.
2 aces in a row for Christie, and now she's the one who's flying, rolling through the points. Momentum has completely switched here. Now, quick as a flash, Christie blitzing through her own service game. Still down a break here, so Broady's got the advantage. But the feel of this match, the energy of this match has completely changed, and it feels dead even now. Great job of neutralising the energy coming from the Broady end of the court. So for tomorrow, Freya Christie should be second on over on court 2 against Sonny Cartal. Be an interesting match, that nice clash of game styles. And a different sort of player for Christie to deal with the hand skills of Cartal. And Naomi Broady will be taking on Eden Silva. That will be the 5th match of the day here on court 1. We'll be bringing you all of those matches. We've got 2 streams, of course. But it will be court 1 where we will focus and have full commentary for you there.
Love.
This is a really important game for Broady. It's on her serve. She's been serving well. She's been striking well from the back of the court. A tentative approach shot from Broady and gets punished for it. Went right into the corner where Christie was waiting. She had just kind of rolled that forehand. I was really expecting her to go for the strike.
$30-15.
Sort of point that she's looking for. A couple of quick ones just to keep herself out in front. She did such good work to get the double break and the huge advantage. Would love to cling on to one of them.
40-15.
Christie frustrated with that one because she was there, she was behind it, she'd read it. Not sure quite why she went to the chop forehand. I think maybe she was expecting more pace from Broady, but that one was a little bit slower. She couldn't go a full strike on it. Yeah, and a good hold for Naomi Broady. Some good work there.
5 games to 3.
Let's maintain the one break of serve. Nothing really seems for sure, though, in this match.
Love. Love.
Christie's serve has improved out of sight in the middle of this second set. Sorry, this first set, second half of the first set. Nicely done, clinical from Christie. Good pace to the single-handed backhand, and then a nice shuffle up the court. Got there early, looking sharp. What a game that was from Christie. Kind of the tennis we saw from Broady in the first few games. Maybe she was inspired. She had to do something a little bit different. Credit to her for taking on the challenge. She's got to get off to a good start in this next game, though, because she is down 5-4. Broady will be serving.
Time.
Oh, she's missed it.
Low 15.
Tough to get the ball over the top of Broady, but she was really reaching for that one. Good aggressive mindset from Christie, and super footwork around the ball, being really precise. The attention to detail in the positioning, that is so key for big hitters. Good width found again from Christie. Things looking good for her now. Opportunities to level it up. Remember, she was down 4-love. So that will be 5 out of the last 6 games going her way if she can convert this. That one's gone, and it's a break to love for Christie.
5 games old.
Really got to like the way that she's thought about it, stayed nice and calm. Again, she knows Broady well, knowing that there will be chances. A couple of errors creeping in. She just capitalised so well. And of course, the first serve, it really is popping. So let's see what she can do here. 5-all.
First serve.
Backhand down the line, really setting things up well, but then she completely hesitated on the move forward, fooled herself. Looked like she was going to come forward for the volley, then checked back and had a really awkward shot to play. Not working out on that occasion.
Down. Next first serve.
Serve has just been great. Nice variation there. Just cutting it out wide. We've seen a lot of pacey ones from Christie. And I did say at the beginning of the match how well she has played through this week particularly. Seen a lot of good stuff from her over the weeks. She's had a little battle with some niggles here and there. It's been difficult for a lot of players going from no tennis to lots of tennis.
Game.
Yeah, found it. Everything working for Christie.
Christie leads 6
Looking
games to 5.
so good out there. Really aggressive. Love the weight of shot that she's putting out there and the aggressive mindset as I was talking about. So it's 6-5 Christie, but we are on serve and we will have some new balls. Now, will Broady be able to use that to her advantage, pop in some big first serves, or will they get away from her?
Time.
New balls.
15 love.
Exactly the stance she was looking for. Sensible with the new balls, just going for the slice serve, putting a little bit of cut on it just to keep the control. These balls do rough up. A little bit heavier, the Slazenger balls. There's a significant difference when the change comes in. Broady trying to get the depth, but was just in such a tough spot there. Went for the same serve, executing it really well once again. Picking up the low ball well and closing the net.
All.
Nice from Broady, upping the intensity in this game. Good footwork around the ball and a good controlled aggression. Not going for too much, you know, there's been a few errors peppered around. Just keeping the controlled aggression at a good level.
I just waited for it. That was an opportunity. Just needed to be a little sharper with the feet and could have capitalised there.
First serve. High 20. Broady.
Yeah, she's done really well there to dig her heels in. You could feel her just upping the energy in that service game.
6 games old.
Really gaining control of her shots, not letting them get away from her too often. And that takes us into a tie-break. We've seen a lot of great tennis from both of these players, but it has kind of been a patch where Broady's played well and then a patch where Christie's played well. If we could get them both delivering that at the same time, then wow, this match might catch fire.
Broady.
Just got a little stuck there behind the serve, Christie. Easy to think the ball, because it's coming into your body, that it's just going to come to you like your racket, but often it's harder to create space off a central ball than it is to chase down a ball out wide.
Broady.
Yeah, really enjoying just in the last couple of games how Broady's brought in this extra 10% of control and cover over the top of the ball. Still being aggressively minded, going for big targets, not going too close for the line. Happy to hit an extra shot or two, keeping the pressure on. It's just improved her consistency without sacrificing the aggression. It's a shame, and you can see she's frustrated. What a point to set that up, but Christie did well to keep that down low, and it made the volley an awful lot more difficult because it was below the height of the net if it was up higher.
5-1. Broady.
Yeah, really finding her level nicely once again, stringing these points together. Christie getting affected by the weight of shot from Broady and just extending her lead in this breakup. Christie didn't close. She did not think Broady could come up with an angle like that. She didn't cover it. And she knows it. Really done well to put a stop to the momentum from Christie. Up her own level once again. This is even better than what we saw in the first 4 games, because that was really sort of big hitting that was all working. This looks much more sustainable. Looks like she's got a really nice balance. She could do it all day. And just a couple of points away now from closing out the first set. Keeping track of the balls here. Not a ball change or anything, but I think Broady finding one of the old balls. Yeah, reading that little dink angle pretty well. Christie up to it in a flash. Could see the open racket face from Broady, and with the way that she lined up, it would have been difficult for her to go down the line. So Christie lent that way and gave herself the advantage of tracking it down. Error from Freya Christie, and it is Broady who's got herself a
good handful of set points now. With 4 to play with, she can really have a crack. Seen a lot of that serve from Christie. First serve's been incredibly effective. Lots of aces from her racket. And that'll seal it for Naomi Broady. The first set in the bag. It got a little tentative there after she raced away to a 4-love lead with Christie reeling her back in. But an excellent set of tennis for Naomi Broady. She will be very happy with that. Really found a lovely balance at the back end of the set. Controlled aggression, dictating play. You can see there's 7 aces for Christie. It really has been effective. Just couldn't quite find them at the most crucial moments there. This is a highly competitive match of good quality stuff, good big hitting, which I always like to see. We saw a run of games in that first set that Christie got on a bit of a roll, so if she can do something similar in the second, we could find ourselves in a third set. So a quick comfort break for Freya Christie. Means we can just catch up on the score over on court 2. Luke Johnson taking on Julian Cash. Tight in the first set there. 5-4 to Cash as Christie comes back onto court. And a little refreshment. Ready to go for the second set. A lot of positives for Christie in that set. Don't think she can be too disheartened. She did everything but win it. Maybe gave herself a little bit of a disadvantage in those first 4 games. Yes, Broady was playing absolutely brilliantly, but she was just allowing that to happen. And when she started upping her pace, that was what put the pressure on.
Second set.
Just missed it.
Broady doing well off that second volley. The first one was really tough. It was up high. That high backhand smash is really difficult to slam away. One did fly a little bit off the racket of Broady, but it found its way in. Oh, what a way to start the second set for Broady. Where she left off, we've seen some really good stuff with her through the week. The wins that she's had, the tight losses as well, has contributed hugely to the Pro Series throughout the whole event. She really is that sort of person. When Broady is around, when she's on court, you know about it. So can Christie continue on with her fine form when it comes to her first serve. Clearly, she is going to continue with the first serves. Those first few games that she played against Broady really told her very clearly that she would have to be aggressive in this match. If she was going to sit back and be passive, that Brody's playing well. She's going to find her strikes, and she let the ball sail past her. I said that in the first set we had a patch of Broady playing well, followed by a patch of Christie. We haven't played well at the same time. Well, it just feels like in this second that is exactly what is going to happen. Both having a really nice balance of play right now. Squeezing that one in. And it was a hold to love for Broady, and Christie looking to follow suit. Can't get it done to love, but still in a good position. Yeah, wasn't happy with the ball toss on the one before, and it wasn't much better on the one she actually chose to hit. But she does come through the game, levelling things up here in the second. Well, we knew that both these players were in form, playing really well throughout this tournament, so we thought it could be a great match, and been thoroughly enjoying this one so far. That was the opportunity for Christie. She did get onto the front foot, but just fell off. It wasn't quite in the right position. You can see the body weight just falling off to the side, which meant she had to try and do more with her hand, and therefore went for too much. Really want to try and get your body weight going down the court. Ideally, in the direction where you want to hit your shot. Sweet backhand strike. Seals the deal for Broady that game. Good quality stuff all round. This is heating up nicely. 2-1 in the second set. Over on court 2, I can tell you the first set is done between Luke Johnson and Julian Cash, and it was Cash who took the opener 7-5. nicely done from Christie. Now, when we look at just the women's matches today, we've had 5 completed, 4 of them going the distance to the final set tiebreak. Only one straight setter, that was Appleton over Ronson. You can easily see this one going to a third set as well. If they are going to a third set, they're going to get there fairly quickly because they are racing through these games. Another love hold for Christie on the books. 2-all second set. Depth from Broady through the centre of the court there, knocking Christie off balance. It's an underrated shot, that one. You really can use the centre. So much focus about hitting width. But if you hit a quality ball through the middle of the court, it can do an awful lot for you in terms of setting the point up. That's a nice, careful approach there from Broady, but just still making sure she got the width, so Christie was outstretched. Broady seeing the love hold for Christie and thinking, I want some of that as well. This will be the second love hold for her in this set. Can't find the return. And 2 of the quickest games of the match. Big serving, good quality, just not allowing the returner in whatsoever. 3-2, we are at the second set. In terms of the standing, it looks like it is a shootout for the second spot of Box A, because Harriet Dart looking good to secure the top spot. Still has one more match to get under her belt, but has been playing really well and is the top seed of the whole event, the highest ranked at 149. One of these two has every chance of securing that other semi-final spot. But this will be a crucial match. So can we keep the trend of love holds going? Not so sure about that, but I'm fairly confident we will keep the trend of big serving going. Both of these players using their weapons to the best of their ability. Broady not happy about that miss. And just to run you through the other box, box B, as it stands, Jodie Burrage looking like she's going to secure the top spot there. She was the top seed in the group, so it's looking very likely that both top seeds will go through in the top spot. And fighting it out for the second one really does look like it will be Emma Raducanu. No, she's missed it. Nice variation there from Christie, bringing in a few slices in a row. In fact, Raducanu has sealed that second spot already. Those two really front runners in that group after she picked up a point today. Rest of the box has to shake itself out between Beth Gray, Emily Appleton, Elise Maloney and Nadia Ronson as to how they will place. Oh, it's a super point. Both of these players really finding their form at the same time now, as we were hoping. Great movement from the back of the court. Good scrapping from Broady. Just the final shot got away from her. Maybe I was wrong. Maybe we will get the love service hold once again. And we do. And it's not because of bad games from the returner by any means. It's just the serving is at such a high level, really just slamming the doors shut. Another excellent game in the bag for Christie. Level at 3-all. Well, we've gone from love service games to a love 30 here. Christie with an opportunity. She can't believe it. Right on the racket. Love 30. Oh, Broady caught out in the middle there. A gap down the line. Christie finding it. Didn't need to go for too much pace, just guiding it straight down that line. And the love 30 has turned into a 15-40. 2 break point chances for Christie to go ahead. Really nicely taken there from Broady. Good confidence, just kept moving forward. Didn't stop, went out to meet the backhand volley. Striking from Broady, keeping that depth. I think Christie's frustrated because she felt like she could have capitalised more on that miss-hit from Broady that was just floating there. Can Broady wrestle her way out of this service game? Good pressure from Christie. Looking sharp at the net. Really has been good to see both of these players' footwork has been excellent throughout. The energy level, the attention to detail. Really enjoying what I've been seeing here. Oh, well, maybe the shot from Christie going out. I thought Broady was going to leave it, but if you can put it away, why not? Just to be on the safe side. And that one rounded off with a big serve down the tee. So a really strong game for Broady, showing not only is she playing well, also mentally really tough right now. Such a competitor she always has been. Manages to hold on to that one. And we're still on serve at 4-3. (3-2). Over on court 2. Julian Cash and Luke Johnson. Cash taking the first set there. Plenty more action to bring you through the week. We've, of course, got the final matches tomorrow starting 10 a.m. It's the same format that we've had through this week and the previous 5. We will be live on air from 10. And we do hope you can join us for the rest of the action. It truly has been such a great week, so competitive, high standard. Players just getting on with business. Not too much drama, but enough just to make it interesting. Serving is just unrelenting, isn't it? So many aces fired down by Freya. Look at how sharp Christie is on this replay, moving forward, just keen to close as much as possible. Lots of little steps to make sure she's in a good position. A lot on that serve. Broady just knocking it away for a winner. Not that time. You can see Christie just shifted over towards her backhand side. And it just meant there wasn't really a gap for Broady to find on that off forehand. One just pulling a little bit wide, and another good service game for Christie. I think Broady getting frustrated, just can't quite make the inroads she would like, even though we've got some quality striking going on. Christie just shutting her down at every turn when it comes to those service games. Good news for Broady, so her service game's looking pretty good on the whole as well. Had to tough out the last one, but managed it. Good striking there from Christie. Anything dropping short is really being taken advantage of from both players. We're just not getting a lot of short balls because they're playing with quality. They're setting up the points with their serve nicely. There are not a huge amount of opportunities for either player. Everything is having to be earned. Well, that has found the line. A glorious shot from Christie. She went for pace, she went for precision. Trying to do it all and pulling it off. But just in case she gets any ideas about looking to break again in this game, Broady with the ace. Yeah, she knew she was in trouble there. Going for a little too much on that backhand. Well, we haven't seen much of the forehand slice from Broady. It hasn't really been a feature of the match. We've seen some block returns. Don't get me wrong, but really trying to fizz that one in. A tough time to do it for all juice. And Christie's got herself a break point here. And she breaks. A couple of unforced errors from Juice for Naomi Broady. And Christie makes the breakthrough. She was threatening in the last service game. She got herself into a good position in that service game as well. And with the way she has been serving herself through this second set, you'd say it's looking good for her to take this to a third set breaker. As I said earlier as well, 4 of the 5 women's matches we've seen so far today have gone the full distance. And from what I've seen so far, this one deserves it. So Christie with it all to do on her racket. Game away from taking us to the third. it was a slow second serve from Christie, very short indeed. No wonder Broady got a good strike on it. Time to wind up on that one. Nice tee serve there with a little bit of slide on it from Christie. We've seen a lot of the flat one out wide, which has been looking nice, so good to go for some variation. Christie's got to be careful here because Broady's been playing very well from the back of the court as well. She can't afford to give up those couple of errors, give her the opportunity, because you never know. She might blitz a couple of backhands and the break could be got back. She did well, got away with it in that point, struggling with the ball toss, and the one she actually chose to hit wasn't really that much better than the ones before. Way off balance. Had to really scramble around in that point to turn it around, but she managed it, and it means Christie has a set point. Oh, we haven't seen a big backhand from Broady for a little while, but that was a rocket. She had plenty of time to set up, get on that front foot. She knew it before she even hit it. That one was going away for a winner. Not that time, though. Once again struggles with the ball toss, and once again the one that she did choose to hit, still not right. Just meant that it was such a readable serve for Broady, just sat on the forehand side. So will this be the time that Christie seals the second set? Well, she manages to come through. Definitely having some wobbles with that ball toss is Christie, but comes through the service game, and that means she bags the second set. Might need to be a little bit wary of the ball toss into the third, because when it has gone a little bit wrong, it's been fairly comfortable for Broady to deal with. But she got over the line there, took the second set 6-2. High percentage of first serves all round there. Both players doing a really good job with it. It's just been such a serve-dominated performance. But it's not that that's the only thing that has been good from these players. There's been plenty else to enjoy. Some great hitting from the back of the court. Good movement as well. Good aggressive play, getting up on the front foot. And it was only right that this one went the distance. It really has been so tight, and it's been such a high standard. I'm sure that will continue through this breaker. Should probably point the finger at Emily Appleton and Nadia Ronson for not taking it to a final set tiebreak. The only match on the women's side today to be done in straight sets. Would have been nice to get all 6 in the bag, but I'm sure Emily's not complaining, seeing as she got the W there. And still to decide who will walk away with that here. Remember how crucial this is. These two really fighting out for the second spot in box A. So, third set tiebreak, and Broady to start. And a good start. That point had a bit of everything. Broady just couldn't get it away at the net, and then touching her racket on the final shot. Well, frustrations really have been building for Broady through the match. She's done a fairly good job of keeping them in check so far, but she is somebody who can be pretty tough on herself, and now getting very frustrated with the situation with the umpire. Well, Broady might be making her point to the umpire, but she's also just giving herself a changeover. A bit of a munch on the banana. It's not a changeover, it's only 2-1. She's gone to her bench. She's the same side as Christie now, and doesn't seem like she's going anywhere quickly. Oh, she's having a drink as well. I think she's waiting for the referee to come onto court to try and sort out this issue. Here's the referee, Sultan Ganji. Explaining the situation to the referee. They always give priority. Hear the umpire's words first before going to the player. Think about for Freya Christie as this situation unfolds, but I say that Broady does look quite distressed by it. Don't think the decision has gone her way. Christie not getting involved. Very sensible. That will settle Broady a little bit. Just get a point under her belt with a good serve. Well, maybe it's fired her up.
Two strong points from Broady, and maybe it has broken the rhythm of Christie, because two passive points there, going to the forehand slice off the return of serve the point before, and that last shot there too early in the rally. She could have gone for a full driven shot. Maybe that has disrupted the rhythm. Still on serve though, 3-2. Well, this really has affected the rhythm of Christie. She needs to get it together sharpish here. It is frustrating because that did take quite some time for Broady to resolve that situation. Still waiting for the referee to come onto court. Christie just losing her rhythm, and 3 points on the bounce going the way of Naomi Broady. Court number 2. They are well into the final set tiebreak there as well between Johnson and Cash. So both courts looking to conclude shortly. This has been such a high quality match from both players. It really would be a shame to see one of them fall away now. Oh, a big backhand. And the points keep rolling for Naomi Broady. Coming forward to the drive volley, just keeping it simple. Saw Christie move into the corner. Just rolled that one away to space. Well, Broady looking at the umpire, I think the call on the serve has been overruled. Christie things just all going against Freya Christie right now. Broady did look up to the umpire to see what the decision was, and it went in her favour. work from Christie, a couple of good punches there. You can see Broady just struggling to find her contact point, but a good chunk of work to do for Christie to turn this one around. Double fault for Christie, and yeah, you can understand that. She just cannot believe how this final set tiebreak has got away from her. Yes, there was a disruption, but ultimately she could not get things back on track. She's still got time here. She's only 5 points behind. But after so much good work heading into this final set, been a little disappointing. Was calmly done. Seen plenty of tie breaks turn around from this position. Very easy to feel like once you got to 8 and you've got a bit of distance between you and your opponent that you're pretty much there, but actually you're not home and dry yet. So change of ends at 8-4, still a significant advantage for Naomi Broady. Can tell you that the match over on court 2 has indeed concluded. Julian Cash coming away with the win in the final set tiebreak. Good for him. Lost a few final set tiebreaks through the week. So good for him to turn those fortunes around. Took out Luke Johnson, 10-6 in the third. Oh, it wasn't the most confident volley from Broady. And then maybe just rushed the smash. And Christie is creeping up on her in this set. Just 3 points now. But the next 2 are on Christie's serve. Consistent aggression from Christie, good quality from the back of the court. And Broady is the one that coughs up the error. Missed volley. Yeah, maybe had a bit more time than she thought there.
bold move from Broady to come forwards behind that serve, but Christie making life very difficult. And can you believe it? Things levelled up now. 5 points in a row for Freya Christie, 8 all. Well, that was such a needed serve for Broady. Just to slam the brakes on Christie and say, no, I'm the one who's going to have a match point first. Made sure on that smash, and Broady gets the victory, just squeezing over the line at the end of that match. Incredibly frustrating for Christie. Made a comeback in the first set, couldn't quite take it. Made a comeback in that final set and couldn't quite get over the line. A lot of positives for Freya Christie, but not the win. A lot of positives for Naomi Broady as well. Fantastic match. Really enjoyed that. High quality stuff. Big serving, big hitting. Just the way we like it. And it is Broady that comes through 10-8 in the third. Well, the numbers looking very healthy for both players there. Lots of breakpoint opportunities. There was a lot of momentum swinging around in that match, but that was because they were both hitting the ball big and really taking the advantage. Some real quality stuff, and we had them both playing well at the end of that second set at the same time. So a very enjoyable match indeed. That's it from us for the coverage for today. Everything has come to an end. We still have one more round robin match to be completed by everyone tomorrow. So 12 more matches for you on these two courts starting at 10 a.m. Myself and Abigail Johnson have been with you today. We will also be with you from 10 tomorrow. We'll be joined by Marcus Willis and Barry Milnes. Thanks for watching, and we'll see you tomorrow at 10.